Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast. My name is Jed and we are reading the Meno today. We have our fourth character rocking up in the text. We have, of course, Socrates and Meno. That's where the main discussion is happening. That's where we are seeing the dialogue in effect, the dialectic in effect. We also have his slave boy, which is, I think the word is anachronistic, which is a fancy word that means of the times. Of course, we know slavery is bad now. And if someone wants to tell the politicians who are currently grifting through capitalism, that would be nice too. Hey, slavery is bad. Stop enslaving everyone so you can extract money from them. Or we could just say, hey, watch this channel, read this book, read the Balboa version of Meno, and hopefully you will understand why it's bad. Or maybe the lovely, open-minded, beautiful people who follow this channel can practice the dialectic with them, should they come across such a politician. That would be nice. But of course, the reason we are reading is for our own souls, to benefit ourselves primarily. On that note, we have Socrates, Meno, the slave boy, who thought he knew something about math. Socrates asked him questions, so he saw for himself that he was mistaken, and he was okay with being wrong. That was the whole point of that. Well, there are many points, but that one was the big one. Being made to Meno, hey look, even your slave is okay with being wrong. Why do you get all but hurt when you make a mistake? And you refuse to realize you've made a mistake, thumbs up. And you're making these excuses to not seek for the thing you don't know. And Socrates says, I'm not certain about all of the arguments we used. And of course, we understand that because it's understanding. It's the dialectic. It's not based on certainty. Nous, knowledge, teaching, remembering, that's something you can be sure of. But understanding, they're if statements. Now, ultimately, we want to verify our understanding we gain through the dialectic in our direct experience. We want to experience truth, beauty, justice, courage, especially the virtues of the soul, because we want to integrate them into our way of being. We want to be just people. We want to be courageous people. But as well as that, in the dialectic, we ask questions about beauty and justice. And as we live, we want to be the most beautiful, create the most beautiful things, be the most just. So we need to use that knowledge of ousia, the object of knowledge, not just for our courage and justice within our soul, but to use the aspect of it that's beautiful as our paradigm or model for beauty itself. When we ask questions about whether or not this thing is beautiful, what are we comparing it against? This. What about justice? Same. Hey, we've just been talking about the politicians, people who claim to be authorities. They're all Menos. They don't know. They don't want to admit they don't know, and they'll fight you if you show them that they are wrong, instead of the slave boy who was open. And he realized, hey, if he held on to his mistake whenever he gave speeches about math, he would be hurting people by telling them the lie, telling them something that's false. Where else do we see that? News, mainstream media, mainstream newspapers. Not even mainstream. There are a lot of right-wing grifting podcasts and YouTube channels out there. that refuse to be wrong about anything, refuse to seek to know the thing they're wrong about, and attack people who disagree with them, sometimes with missiles. So how do we move from Meno to Socrates while understanding the implications of both? Well, that would require a dialectic. Dialectic allows you to push the implications to see what follows, to see the conclusion of a certain way of being. Meno's way of being, act like you know stuff you don't, or Socrates. And Socrates says, look, of all those hypothetical statements that we don't know for certain whether or not they're true, here is something that I am willing to fight for, in both word and deed. That it's absolutely always worth seeking at all times to find that which you don't know currently. Because learning is a remembering what our soul, the immortal part of our soul, knows. And that's what we have to awaken. For truth, beauty, justice. For virtue, to be good people, and to have a paradigm where we can say to these politicians or teachers or anyone else, hey, by the way, you know how you're lying all the time? Yeah. And you know how you think it's the aim of life is to manipulate people through their beliefs, prevent them from moving beyond belief to understanding themselves, so that you can manipulate their beliefs through religion, through media, through schools, through racism, through fear. So you can get these people to act in a way that's harmful to themselves but profitable to you. You know how that's what you think life is? And all of the capitalists, all of the businessmen, all of the CEOs and all of the politicians will say, yes, we think that is the highest excellence or the virtue of being a human being. To block the development of logos through understanding, block that, threaten or kill anyone who suggests that, so you can enslave and manipulate people through beliefs, so you can physically profit in the short term in this lifetime. That's it. Nothing about the health or excellence of the souls of the people you are supposed to be caring over. Nothing about that. It's not mentioned anywhere in capitalism. Health, excellence? No, just money. No concern for their soul? What would be the implication? What would be the effect on your soul if this is one incarnation among many and you use it to harm people and to prevent the development of your soul and to prevent the development of other souls? To block the development or limit the development. What's going to happen to your soul? Oh, and by the way, hopefully these questions have woken you up enough to ask the question that Socrates is willing to fight for. That is, how do we actually know the truth of that thing that we were mistaken about? What is the truth of beauty, justice, excellence, virtue? It ain't torturing and harming and enslaving people for short-term personal profit at the expense of suffering and the very planet we live on, or capitalism, or wealth, or profit. It ain't that. Then what is it? Time and time again, Socrates is bringing us back to that question. What is virtue? And how do we get it? To those politicians, we would say, hey, not just politicians, anyone in any position of authority, any human being, we would say, hey, by the way, now that you have awoken that question, what is actually true? And you're not finding excuses not to seek it. Oh, I'm worried about money, or I'm worried about, time is money. I can't seek to know the truth about the nature of self and reality. And what's good, thumbs up. Boo, thumbs down for that person. But double thumbs up for the person who fireworks, who says, okay, well, I'm going to seek to know the truth about virtue. Now that I've seen I am wrong, now that I'm seen I've been mistaken, and now that I see that the paradigm that I've been using, the structure of thinking that guides how I interpret, make sense, and act in the world, Now that I've seen that that is garbage, what is actually virtue? If that's where you're at, now you're ready to be introduced to the Logos. If these personal structures, personal frameworks of personal beliefs is not true, is not the true model of excellence and goodness, the paradigm of human souls to move through. Remember, there's a structure, there is a movement, there is a goal. We see the difference between good and bad. We see the difference between stagnation and evolving. That structure that we are insisting everyone has is called the Logos. Now, the Logos isn't gate-kept. There's no gatekeeping. You don't have to be a politician. You don't have to be born into the right family. You don't have to be born into New Wave Protestantarianism. Which, by the way, out of the hundreds of different religions that are all in conflict with each other, the correct one is the New Wave Protestantarianism. Someone had to be right, and the odds were very, very slim that it was the religion that your family happened to have when you were born into them. In other words, it's a joke to think that that short percentage is going to roll a winner, that your beliefs happen to be the true ones. Now, of course, that's also impossible because we know from our reading in midwifery that by being human, part of our job, part of our role is to get false beliefs that will cause our problems, but will create the conditions for us to learn the art of midwifery, to free ourselves from what's false. There is something super, super significant to this skill. Not just a skill, but it's something that benefits the subject. Again, not for personal profit. The doctor doesn't work for his money. That's called corruption. It's the health of health of the subject, just like any other positions of authority. The billionaires, the CEOs, should not be the rich ones. They should be the ones on a very average income, because their job is to enrich the lives of those they have care under. That's what mastery is. So it's their workers that should be becoming billionaires. Of course, the idea of billionaire is stupid anyway, because all wealth is relative to the amount of currency in the pool. So if one person has if everyone has $1 billion, we're sweet. No one has power over each other's, over anybody else to exploit. No one has to suffer. No one has to starve. No one has to be homeless. No one has to go in prison. And 90% of all crimes are based on poverty, which is caused by wealth inequality, which is caused by this structure of thinking within the people who make the rules, which is in turn caused by their pathologos, which we have to learn to get rid of because of that lineage of harm that is bestowed onto humanity. So, your beliefs are wrong. So what? You're going to cry about it? You're going to be a Nazi and fervently insist on your harmful false beliefs because they happen to be the ones you picked up when you were 3 years old? In this incarnation, hey, previous incarnation, you might have been a Jew. And now you're a Nazi. In other words, we're not interested in false beliefs. We're not interested in beliefs themselves. We're interested in understanding, thinking for ourselves. The very thing that is blocked by the worst kind of people who want to enslave. Because if you can think for self, you are not reliant on your boss or authority figure or imam or priest to tell you what to think. With fear of hell or fear of damnation, or just fear of being exiled from your beloved family, religious. Hey, we have a Muslim picnic every Thursday. I don't want to miss that, so I'm going to hold on to my Muslim beliefs. Or there's a Christian fair every once a month. I don't want to miss out on that, so I'm going to keep pretending that this belief that I got from By the way, these beliefs are not the same as anyone else in my group. No two people have the same idea of Christianity. Why? Because it's not based on understanding truth. Understanding is universal. Understanding is objective. Understanding includes all. Beliefs are different for each person. Try it out. Ask people what they think about this or that, even if they share your same label. Ask a fellow Jew. Ask a fellow Protestant. Ask a fellow Anglican. They're not going to be the same as you. But the thing is, we all know that. We know that the allure to these groups that are bound by a belief is unity, to be a part of something bigger than yourself. Support. But it's an image of unity. You realize as you look there, okay, I'm a part of something the same, but I'm also different. I'm different than all these people. And by the way, I still have my problems, my sadness, my struggles. And I still don't know the nature of self and reality, or why I'm here. Even if I believe in heaven and hell, I'm not really convinced. And how do I prove it for certain? This is the inner conflict that is characteristic of group thinking based on beliefs. We call it fourth hypothesis thinking. Now we want to move from the fourth hypothesis to the third, where we have logos, which is what we awaken to understand for ourselves. And that's what we're learning how to do when we read. Notice, when we read, we're not passive. I'm not telling you beliefs. I mean, there is a difficulty at the beginning with this channel because usually people will tune in if... Yeah, and there's thumbs down for that. Usually what people will tune in with content creators, if you want to call me that, who share the same beliefs. Which is why the right-wing grift and the Nazi stuff is so popular in America right now. Trumpism and Nazism and white supremacy and all that stuff has been building for a long time, so that now the kids have grown up in that environment and they gravitate towards people who repeat those harmful false beliefs and put on the act as though it's true and virtuous. Tate, Peterson, Russell Brand, all these sort of grifters, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, they're all lying. They know they're lying. But they know that part of their grift is to pretend they're not lying, to pretend it's just to invade, pretend it's just to have capitalism, pretend it's just to have billionaires, pretend it's just to do all the terrible Nazi shit that's going on. But what's interesting is, in our reading of midwifery, which again, Meno and midwifery are complementary, half the time midwifery, half the time philosophy, they go together. And it's both dialectic. Because remember that dialectic has a positive and negative side. What if beauty does exist? Definition, demonstration, division. What if it doesn't? Ultimately, what if the self exists, or there's a different kind of dialectic which goes beyond the self that exists or being, which is our question: what is beyond the knowable experience of self? But in midwifery, well, what if the self doesn't exist? What takes its place within our soul? And just as people in the fourth hypothesis, interested in groups, family groups, religious groups, isms, communism, Marxism, republicanism, people who are stuck in that group mentality way of thinking as their highest level of development, it's not really unity. It's a distorted image, fake image. Just as this mask they put on, it's not really justice. It's not really truth, and it's not really virtue. It's a distorted image that they are selling. But that's exactly what happened to us when we were young. The cosplay. the charade, to present a way to treat you as a young baby in an unjust way while pretending it's just. That's the origin of our pathologos that we are trying to hunt for and remedy, address with actual truth and justice. That's midwifery. But notice, the way that we are learning how to read, it's different. It's not make up anything, whatever it means to you. That's why a lot of people don't like English at college or high school, because they lack the logos. They lack a model, a paradigm of what's actually true. So instead of reading a book and saying, okay, what was the book about actually, and let's judge it, how high was their vision of truth and reality along the logos? How well were they able to articulate that? How well did they understand that vision? And how well did they communicate that vision? No, we don't ask that question because we don't have a paradigm. We don't have a standard for judgment. Just as we were saying, beauty, excellence, truth, these are all standards. The standard. So they say, well, what do you think it means? When you read the book, how did you feel in your heart? Anything is true. It's garbage. Which then leads to politicians who say, well, anything is true. I can just pretend being a Nazi for my own personal profit and my own sadistic pleasure because I'm just being just like my daddy who was a sadist who was a Nazi as well. That's just as good as anything else, because I remember English classes where they said, well, there is no truth, it's just whatever you want it to be. So what does the text mean to you? What do you think it means? Rather than, what does it actually mean? What we're learning here is that missing paradigm, missing from our education, missing from our culture. The logos. So we go from personal opinions and feelings that can be wrong, that are almost always wrong, and harmful. We can move from that because people act on their beliefs. They act and think and treat others and relate to the world based on how they think. So this idea of everyone can think anything and there are no repercussions is absurd. Of course we do. This missing paradigm of thinking itself. The logos, the system of understanding that allows us to judge even beliefs. Because not all beliefs are equal. You can have prejudiced beliefs that are very different from scientific beliefs. So different. And you have to recognize that. If you want to be a pilot, you need scientific beliefs about how aviation works, how to fly the plane. That's why you go to college. You can't use prejudice. It's still belief, but it's objectively, empirically wrong. But we know this. You don't go, if I want to be a pilot, you don't go knock on your racist uncle's door and say, hey, you are an idiot who claims to be certain about all these things you have no understanding of, like racism and sexism. Do you want to pretend that you know the truth about how to fly a plane? Sure, okay, I'll learn from you. No, you'll never be able to fly a plane that way. Now, what's one step above prejudice beliefs? Religious beliefs. Beliefs that can't be proven. Some guy in a funny hat says, oh, there was a guy 2,000 years ago whose mother was a virgin somehow, and some people claim maybe he said some things, but probably not, but can't prove any of them, then why am I believing them? Because shut up? Because you go to hell if you don't? Because don't you love going to this lovely picnic? You don't want to be targeted and abused by us Nazis. I mean, not Nazis, religious folk who say people who are not involved in our group are bad and wrong and going to hell. Sometimes we pretend that they're not, to be polite, but we know. Oh, and we're going to start wars, and we're going to do genocides based on our stupid religious beliefs. Same old, same old.
No one seems to be learning or growing or addressing actual problems.
So we recognize the difference in the classes of beliefs. And we can judge them. Prejudices are terrible. Supernatural beliefs that you can't prove, again, terrible, but probably not as terrible as prejudices which you can actually prove and the proof says that it's wrong, like racism and sexism and stuff. Supernatural beliefs that you can't prove in any way, you just have to believe it because the guy in the dress says so. Not as bad, but still bad. Still very bad. Compared to scientific beliefs that are provable. Then, of course, there are axioms that are self-evident. Like, if A is equal to B and C is equal to B, then A is equal to C. You can't prove that. But it's obvious. It's kind of a self-evident axiom. And if you don't accept that self-evident axiom as true, but you can't prove it, in this level of thinking, it might be provable in states of knowledge. But as for us, people in the physical world, you have to accept these logical axioms to engage in mathematics. You can't play the game if you don't. Equally so, there are certain beliefs that are different than this that we call right opinion. Or we call them, right opinion. Not beliefs about math, but beliefs about being. That's where we are. We're using the highest class of beliefs. The beliefs that we are deriving from someone who is beyond belief, someone who has knowledge and wisdom. Socrates and Pierre Grimes in our other tomorrow, every second day. Just like if you wanted to become a pilot, you go to someone who has not beliefs, but their own understanding and direct experience of how to fly a plane. You got to start from someone. Why do you pay money to go to a college with this guy rather than go talk to your racist uncle and learn how to fly a plane? Because prejudiced beliefs are not the same as scientific beliefs and experience. Same thing. No one has ever become a pilot by reading a holy scripture. Of course not. That's stupid. Now, it might be hard to see for your religion, but think of the hundreds of different religions that are different to yours and are saying opposite things to yours. You might hate them or want them to die in hell or whatever. Or maybe you don't. Who knows? Imagine if they think that they could fly the plane you are in, your family is in, simply because they read the Torah or they read the Vedic scriptures or they read the Quran or something. You would not get onto that flight and you'd be making some calls to the police. Because of course, unprovable beliefs. Now, a lot of religious beliefs are not supernatural beliefs. There are also prejudices as well. Things that have been disproven by evidence, not just unprovable, but also disproven. Like dinosaurs for like some Christians or, the Noahs. A lot of the fairy tales and religious stories have been disproven. But people pretend to believe it anyway. For those reasons we mentioned. Just like our friend Meno. We are being better. We have a moral obligation not to be content with our false, harmful beliefs that do harm to our soul and the harm to others. We have a moral obligation to reflect on the nature of our beliefs so we can stop being mean to ourselves, so we can stop our suffering, so we can reach our most meaningful goals, and so we can be a force for good in the world. What's that called? Virtue. We're on a hunt for virtue, and it requires reflecting on our beliefs. Unlike Meno, it requires us not to be precious. Socrates talks about a young mother having her first baby. What if the baby is sick and needs to be aborted? Well, some first-time mothers will try and fight for their baby. You can't be precious with your beliefs. Meno was wrong about virtue. Virtue is definitely not harming anyone. So being nice to your friends and harming your enemies, that's bullshit. That's fucking mafia shit. That's wrong. But if Meno, in seeing that, insists on it, gets precious about his firstborn, his dearly loved baby. I love my beliefs. I spent the first 20 years of my life being a good Christian, and I love being Christian, and I love all the Christian. I'm a Christian. Did you know that? You might say to them, well, no, Christianity is a belief structure. Poorly understood one. No one reads the text and everyone is different. But it's not you. It's a belief you might have now. No, I am a Christian. It's my identity. Myself is a belief. Well, what's having the belief? Those sorts of people who are precious or even identify with their belief are stuck because they have falsely declared, again, because of their pathologos that they have yet to address through midwifery, that this belief is them. That's absurd. They are having the belief, and not for always as well. Hopefully they can learn new things. Hopefully you're not as smart as you are when you were 3. Hopefully you've learnt things. So just because you believed in it when you were 12 or 10 or whatever, or you're an altar boy at 8, hopefully that's not as far as you can go. Hopefully you can continue to learn. So, recognizing for ourselves the difference in beliefs. Someone says, I'm right because God told me. Get out of here, Joseph Smith, and your crazy Mormonism. You are harming yourself and others. Well, I'm right because God told me. Well, this Joseph Smith said that he was right because God told him. You can't say you're a Christian or you're a pope or something because God speaks to you. He's already claimed that. Now we got this Muslim over here saying God's spoken to him and is saying something different. We got this Protestant saying God's speaking to him, and we got this Buddhist saying everyone's claiming they're right because God said so. What are all these appeals to authority? What do they all lack? Universality. They all lack logos. They are not accessible to all people because they're wrong. By definition, they can't be right. Because claiming something is right because some authority says so is stupid. Baby brain, immature. And we know this because we all have gotten on a plane before. So what? Don't take it personal. Don't be like Meno and take it personal and try and attack Socrates for asking you questions, or try and sabotage the conversation. Be like Meno slave boy and recognize that it's important to realize when you're mistaken. Hey, this one. No, this one.
There's only 2 options at the end of an argument. 1, you're wrong, but now you always get to be right about that topic going forward. So you get to learn something, which is always a plus. Or 2, you're right and you get to revel in being right. It's a win-win. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. That was the conclusion that make sure my sound effects are being recorded. That happened before. Yes. Yes, it's a win-win. That's what Socrates showed us with the slave. We'll call him Barry. I'm not happy with calling him Meno slave boy. Let's call him Barry. Boy Barry. Right? Boy Barry realized that he was mistaken about some math problem, and now it's a win-win because A, he's going to do less harm, now that he is not precious or not taking it personal and not defending his old false beliefs, so long as he's not precious or holding on to his old false beliefs from his family or culture or religion or anything, so long as he's not holding on to false beliefs, he can, number one, stop doing harm to anyone who's listening to him as a mathematician. So we're stopping harm by letting go of our false beliefs. But we can also do the thing that Socrates is willing to fight for in word and deed, that is, spend our time trying to learn that which we don't know. Because the things that are knowable, we only have temporarily forgotten. And we went through that process to realize, hey, when that slave boy did discover the truth about that mathematical formula, he didn't get it from anyone else. And he didn't get it from the physical world. In other words, the things that we are learning are things that we already know. And we're awakening that part of the soul that knows them. And that is not accessible through belief. Just ain't. It's accessible. Okay, let's pause for a second. It's accessible through understanding and confirming that understanding in direct experience. We've got enough for a list. Got enough for a list, we got enough to put it on the board. Let's do it. So we've talked about the class of beliefs. We talked about there being prejudice. We talked about supernatural. So prejudices are disproven by evidence. My handwriting. Disproven by evidence. Supernatural is unprovable. So you have to believe it, and even though there's no way of proving it. So again, slave to authority. You're just believing it because some authority says so and he's wearing a big hat or something. And then up the top we have scientific beliefs. And this is proven by evidence. So all of the fact that we can fly a plane, the fact that we can do medicine, the fact that we can build a computer, we have to be using these. And above that we have axioms. Self-evident. These are the ones, right? So, and by the way, we have underlying this, we have pathologos. Even worse than prejudice, because someone can have a prejudice but then go to a different place or make new friends and realize, hang on a second, there is no evidence for my racist whatever. Now that I have a black friend, now that I've talked to a woman, I realize women aren't all stupid like the way that my dad talked about my mum, or the way that my religion, like Christianity, there are lots of passages you can pick. All religions. Sexism is a common feature among religions because it's a common feature amongst pathologos. So most religions will have a lot of stuff in there that are anti-women. Like, for instance, Christianity is the big one, because we are told by authority, when we are a slave to authority, that the reason there is sin is because Eve, a woman, tricked Adam to eating the apple when God said he shouldn't. None of that's in the Bible. None of that's there. They are literally lying about something that any Christian can read for themselves. A lie that is the root basis for a lot of anti-women sexism and hatred that we are still only just starting to undo. In other words, lying and false beliefs or supernatural beliefs, prejudices, and pathologos do harm. Harm that can last generations. Harm that can harm a whole half of the population. Women. Harm the whole population. Nope, it's not there. Check it out. So, check it out for yourself. Read it. Also ask questions. Who's telling the truth? Who's lying? There are certain figures. There's Adam, there's Eve, there's the snake representing the devil, and there is God. I don't know if the snake represents the devil. That might be another lie. Ooh. So you can do a little table. Put all of these people in a little table. Names, Eve, Adam, God, snake, and then times they said something that was true, times that they were lying. See who lies all the time. By the way, was it Eve's fault? Right, so, okay, we have in chat. Jesus can fill the void and give you purpose and meaning if you turn to him with your whole heart and repent your sin. Based on what? Based on what? Nitro, why do you ask about that on a philosophy stream? We're talking about the nature of reality and how to solve the problems that cause the suffering within your soul. Why do you ask about that? Yes, so back to Dylan, who is regurgitating, repeating a belief from an authority. So I asked him, where did he get it? Who told you that? No, it's not. Sorry, I'm just curious. Why are you asking? Like, did you know me from my music stream first, or do we know each other in real life, or have we met before? So I apologize if I've forgotten. And we've talked about this already. I'm glad that you like my music. I'm glad that you're interested. And I will be streaming more soon. I'm in the process of putting something new together. Yeah, cool. Glad to have you as a fan. But yeah, I will be putting out more music soon. And doing more streams soon. I've been really busy with a bunch of music stuff. I had to even take a break from philosophy for a while over Christmas. But hopefully it's going to pay off soon. And you'll be the first to know. So, some guy repeated a belief, but has ended the conversation. Can't go anywhere further. I asked, where did you hear this belief? No answer. Okay? This is also categoristic. Hopefully the chatter is curious enough and will follow, but we have been reading along with this book for long enough to be able to judge and reflect on this comment. This comment that Jesus will give you good things, all you got to do is believe that you are a bad person, sin. Feel bad about your nature, sin. Oh, by the way, where does sin come from? The Adam and Eve story that has been lied about. Oh, and by the way, is the word sin in the Bible? No, the word is amartia. Does sin mean the way that it's being used today? No. So the words within that you are using are misunderstood. So we're asking, who told you this, and why did they seem so believable that you are... Again, this is why beliefs are important. You don't just believe it, you are talking through it. You are functioning through it. You're in a philosophy stream, which is specifically about developing your own thinking, understanding for yourself, to understand yourself, to remove the suffering caused by beliefs, the absolute best thing you can do as a human being, and the thing you are here to do, you are supposed to be doing, says Socrates, says midwifery, says truth. But because you have this way of thinking where you say you have to believe you are a terrible person, sin, feel bad about it, repent, and then maybe, unprovable, a supernatural ghost will make you happy. Well, what's the premise behind philosophy? You can't be happy believing some authority. That makes you a slave. What kind of happiness would it be without your own understanding, without crossing this line? If you don't understand anything and you're full of prejudices or pathologos, how is that happiness? If you think being most sick is happiness, you have a sick idea of happiness. If you think it's cool to have cancer, you're in trouble. But we want to know who convinced you it's cool to have cancer. Who was the authority figure who told you this? It's cool to have cancer. Because the very thing that Socrates is saying can stop you from harming yourself and others and help you learn and remember the profound truths of your nature, of the nature of reality, of the nature and truth and beauty. The removal of the harm and the getting of the good happens through the dialectic, which is how to understand for yourself. Which means you have to sacrifice your ignorance. You have to actually want to not do any more harm. You have to actually want to be your best. You actually have to want to know the true meaning of life or the true nature of yourself. And you have to have the courage and integrity to sacrifice your precious baby, the beliefs that you got from your family. Think about it. If you were born on another part of the world, you would be saying, Muhammad can fill your void and give you purpose and meaning. All you have to do is believe in him and then believe that you are less than him and therefore can't be the same as him because you're a sinner, by the way. Sin, not in the book. A lie. By the way, did the actual words of Jesus say you should reject understanding for belief? No. No. Read the Gospel of Joseph. Read the Gnostic Gospels. Oh, are we saying that the many different interpretations that we call the different Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, Joseph, Mary, I think, there are other ones that weren't put in the official text that we have since discovered, they're all people with their own level of prejudice, their own level of ignorance. Some of them, like Paul, were the worst people. To say that our idea of Jesus is a collection of all of these different people's different opinions, most of which were lies, or a good deal of which are lies, like Paul was a liar. Dionysus he wasn't even a Christian. He was anyway, that's a whole different thing. The point is, I'm asking you, who did you learn this of? Because you are actively acting in a harmful way to yourself. That's what Meno is showing us. It's okay to be wrong. And we're not mad at you for having a belief that you grew up with. We're mad at the systems and the authorities who take advantage of you and put this kind of trash into your soul. Now, how do they do it? Because you can't just put on a hat and a dress and say, God speaks to me in my ears, therefore hate women. I mean, they do. That's what they do. Oh, hate women and hate brown people and, kill people we want you to kill while giving us all your money so we can buy personal jets. Oops. Blatant, obvious tyranny and harm based on their beliefs. Or maybe not even their beliefs. I suspect the people who are at the top know that they are lying. Anyway, so what? So we have to somehow find something in our curiosity, in our wonder, in our character, or maybe even a new friend circle that will allow us to not be precious like a new mother who has a sick baby that needs to be aborted. She'll cry and she will fight tooth and nail to defend her first precious baby. Don't be like that with your first precious beliefs. Don't be a baby brain. Allow yourself to be aporia. Aporia is not knowing. Aporia is what Socrates says. When Meno realized he was wrong about virtue, despite his teachers and his wealth and his upbringing, he was pissed. And Socrates says, hey, you know what? I also don't know. I started this whole dialogue by saying, I don't know justice. Let's look for it together through understanding, which is the logos and the dialectic. Aporia. Be okay with not knowing and be puzzled and stung with not knowing and try to learn it. That's how we make this judgment. By the way, you make it every day. Even our friend Dylan, who wants us to believe him as an authority, even though we know nothing about him. Why would we believe your opinions? Particularly when some of them are unprovable. You can't prove that Jesus will magically put joy in your heart if you obey you. You haven't asked for money yet, so I'm guessing you're not a clergy. You're probably one of the followers, because they often say, believe that you are a bad person, sin. Fear the punishment for your nasty nature. Repent. Oh, and what does repent mean? Believe you're bad, feel bad about being bad, and then give me something. Repent. Do what I say. Give me money. Say 10 Hail Marys. Take your clothes off. Oops, that doesn't happen in any churches. Or it does all the time. I can't remember. But notice, that's crazy. Everyone else in the chat room or in the community would look at someone saying that and say, that's mental. Because you haven't put on an act. The only way we can believe prejudice false beliefs or supernatural false beliefs or even pathologos false beliefs. Pathologos are a kind of false beliefs disproven by evidence also. They're also unsuspected. You can realize that you're a racist, but your pathologos is unsuspected, so even more dangerous than prejudice. Unsuspected, and about self, reality, and logos, or your own understanding. Unsuspected, disproven by evidence, unsuspected, about the self-reality and logos, and it's always false. F-A-U, a false. Diminished. Hi, by the way, hi. Welcome, 290. Diminished image. False and diminished and harmful. Blocks you from your goals. Harmful. That's pathologos. So what? Well, let's use an analogy. Socrates, where we are in the text, is using the doctor. We're using the pilot. If you want to actually be able to do something good with your life, you want to be the best you can be, the most truly yourself, but you also want to be a good influence in the world. You are called someone who is seeking virtue. Virtue is the name for that highest goodness or excellence of the soul. Virtue. Okay, we've got a name now. So what? Can this be virtue? Can you carry with yourself a unsuspected false belief about self, reality, and logos that diminishes the self, that preaches things like sin? Your self is bad. Oh, and you can't understand. You have to believe me. Well, hang on a second. What makes you so good? Oh, because you're bad. Remember how I tried to convince you were bad by passing on the bullshit lie about sin? As though making a mistake makes you... This is, by the way, this is called intimidation. To look for examples of somebody missing the mark, and instead of helping them learn, like any good person would, you use that as evidence for some negative view of the person. See? Like the Jews are doing to the Palestinians. We are genociding them. We're killing their family members. And look how mad they are. They are savages. See, we were right to murder their family all along. We were right to genocide them. Because look how mad they are that we killed their family. Or, easier, perhaps a more simple example, some racist guy, racist against, I don't know, Eskimos, runs into an Eskimo and starts intimidating him. Hey, you suck. Look at those shoes. All you Eskimos are violent. My daddy said so, and my priest said so. And you keep doing it, and then eventually he's going to get annoyed and push you or hit you or something. And then you turn around and go, see, I was right all along. I was right to what? Engage in rational dialogue where we both understand for ourselves cooperatively together in a friendly way that can reach us to truth and understanding that is not based on any sort of belief or cult, but is based on truth. Is that so that you can recognize the divinity and the nobility of the self that we all have? Because that would be good. That would be worth doing. Or are you doing the opposite? See, you're violent. It proves the opposite view of yourself, that you are bad and should feel bad. Harm. So, how do we make the movement from where everyone starts? Because we all get a pathologos. Most of us develop prejudices from our upbringing. But again, if we have integrity, we can reflect and change our mind about our prejudices. You can't change your mind with new evidence based on your pathologos. You can't change your pathologos based on evidence. Because it was never taught through evidence. There was never any arguments. In fact, you were told to shut up. You couldn't ask questions at the introduction of your pathologos beliefs. Just like, what do priests and religious authorities say? Shut up. No questions. Why? Because questions means you are thinking for yourself. We want you to be a slave to authority. That's what belief is. Who are you believing? Because if you see it for yourself, you're not believing anyone, you're seeing. Why believe someone when you can see it for yourself? Easy. Slavery. Abuse. Ignorance. Capitalism. Exploitation. Genocide. Crusades. Pages and pages of human history, all soaked in blood, caused by this ignorance, propelling this ignorance, preventing this movement, which is the movement of our soul that is here to do. Everyone is here to do it. There's no need for cliques or groups, or again, groups. This is fourth hypothesis. We're going to the third, which is the logos. The hypotheses are just ways of understanding levels of development individually and as species, as given to Socrates by Socrates' teacher Parmenides in the book Parmenides. We've read the introduction. We're going to be going back to it at some stage. We've read the introduction in the first hypothesis. The third hypothesis is the transition we're making to thinking. So, what's good for thinking? Questions. What did our person in chat not participate in? Questions. Couldn't answer any questions. Also, reasoning. What are the reasons for you thinking that way? No reasons. Because it's not my thought. It's an authority that I am a slave to, that I will give my money to, and kill other babies. I will kill the brown babies if the priest says so. Or if Trump says so, because he's Christian apparently. Speaks to God. Notice, here is the difference. All of these people who are trying to play this role, and by the way, people who have not reflected on their pathologos are trying to put them in the position where they can be the king, where they can be the priest, where they can pass on their ignorance, their false beliefs that they've never questioned, they've never looked at through midwifery, and they've never seeked the truth through true philosophy. They want to pretend that they are enlightened and knowing. They are wanting to be the priest king. And the priest king derives his authority by saying, God said so. To me, not to you. You are a sinner. Remember how you're a sinner? See that guy on the cross? You did that. And if you're a woman, doubly your fault. Don't get me started if you're a different skin color. Oof. But not me. I'm the chosen one. God speaks to me and he tells me all of my opinions are right. Test it out. Go to any evangelist or any priest or any preacher or any imam or any rabbi, any of them. And see if underlying everything they say, they are making this one statement. What's the statement? Don't ask them because they won't know what you're talking about and they'll try and hide it. But here's the statement. My personal beliefs, and we can wonder about what class those beliefs are right. Right. Or true. Because, here's the big thing, because God, whatever their image of God is, spoke to me. Me only. Not you. Oh, and what did he say? And told me all my personal beliefs are right. Now let's fix this. To me. And me only. Not you. You can't cosplay this role. Only me. And told me all my personal beliefs are right. And mine only. Not yours. See if that's what they're saying. Now, go to any house. Go to the parents of that house. And you might notice that their parents relate to their kids differently than you. Off sometimes in a bad way. And you might say, what makes what you are saying right or true. They also pretend it's good sometimes, so we can add right, true, good. Right. They're right. True. Or good. Of course, they're not, so it's inverted commas. Ask any parent and they will say, it's my house. I get to cosplay this is a state of being we call a fake role, of course. It's all bullshit. Call the priest king. Priest king. I am the priest king of my house. What I say goes. Why? Because, God spoke to me. Sometimes I'll say because my parents spoke to me. My dad told me that this was the way. Or I just know. Hang on, my parents. When I say I just know, what I mean is I have some intuitive sense. And that intuition is saying all of my personal beliefs are right. But not yours. Priest king. Why? Because these are the two, at our current level of development of humanity, roles, the two most important roles. The king or the president rules over our bodies or the society. The priest supposedly is supposed to have mastership over our soul. However, in our society, these would be one thing. Whoever has the art of not beliefs that are right because God says so, that's baby shit. This is juvenile. This is what causes all of the wars and suffering. This garbage. So let's be honest about it. But this is the same claim a priest makes. It's also, why do you get to be rich, king? Why do you get to rule, Queen Elizabeth? They say the same thing, because God spoke to me, not you, and says I should be right, and I should be king and ruler, and I should have all the money. Because all my beliefs are right. But not yours. You can't be king, just me. The divine right to rule. So, anyone who comes into any place, specifically a place where people are learning to think for themselves, and starts quoting religious stuff, all that you're saying is, you have submitted your soul, and it's not a blame game, but it's something to be aware of so you can correct yourself and be more of yourself. Overcome your suffering, overcome your difficulties. Stop doing harm you might be inadvertently doing by towing the line for these jerks. Whereas if you were flying a plane, you don't want anyone saying, I'm a pilot because God spoke to me and said all my prejudices and personal opinions about planes are right, so I should fly the plane. Never, ever. We are evolved enough as a species to recognize that's garbage. Same thing with any profession. But there are two things we have yet to apply this basic standard of maturity to. Priests and kings. God spoke to me and says I can fly a plane. Get out of here. God spoke to me and said I can start a religion. All right. Everyone's entitled to their own belief, I suppose. I mean, there's no harm that can come off dividing the world into slaves that listen to this garbage and are a slave to the personal, harmful beliefs of terrible people. There's nothing that could happen bad about that. Kings, same too. Why should you fly the plane? Oh, because I have removed all my false beliefs about how planes work that I got when I was a kid and thought planes fly because of magic, and I've developed scientific beliefs that anyone can learn. You don't have to be wearing a yarmulke. Anybody can learn it. So no one gets murdered or no one starves because it's open to everyone. We don't have to make groups of people that get abused by other groups of people. That's crazy for flying a plane. Oh, yeah, it is crazy for flying a plane. What about you, King? Oh, the opposite. I don't have any understanding. I just am more entrenched in my harmful false beliefs, and I am dividing people to create division. Oh, and by the way, I get all of the stuff. So in terms of divisions, you all fight, and I get everything. And the reason is God said so. All right, we wouldn't accept that we wouldn't accept our babysitter. We wouldn't accept somebody fixing our car to think that way. We allow it here and here. Why? What happened to this conversation with Socrates and Meno? Why aren't we learning this at school? So we can recognize this as one of the most fundamental causes of human harm and suffering, see it as absurd as it is, and let it go. I asked the question to the chatter. Given this reflection, how willing would you be to let go of your Jesus beliefs? Now, anyone else who has their own Jesus beliefs, this chatter, I think it's a strange version because there are hundreds of different forms of Christianity. I'm guessing he's one of the bad ones. So just so you know, I'm not saying you need to give up your religious beliefs that are, again, supernatural, prejudiced, or pathologos, causing you to be a slave to this kind of person, causing you to be a slave to the worst kind of person, therefore being a foot soldier for the worst type of person, maintaining your own ignorance. I'm not saying that about you, but this person, it's a crazy religion. You wouldn't like it. Trust me. It's very different from yours. Anyway, to you, how willing are you to give up your your beliefs to develop a different way of thinking? That is more objectively true, more inclusive, allows you to be more intelligent, allows you to understand causes, allows you to awaken different parts of your mind where you can prove for yourself through direct experience the nature of the divine, beyond even your understanding. So way beyond, we've gone way beyond belief now. These are all the things you get. Oh, and by the way, you don't act harmfully to yourself and others. Given all of those things, which are objectively the best things we can achieve as human beings, would you accept that at the expense of your precious beliefs that are only precious because they're your first? And that's the point I'm making. Whatever dumb religious beliefs or sexist beliefs or cultural beliefs or whatever, it's just your first. What we need to do as good people, as people who are actually trying to be good and trying to be different than the worst people in humanity, we need to first judge beliefs. If we want to become a pilot, we have to judge pathologos. Like if somebody says, I'll tell you how to fly a plane. How? Just believe the world is meaningless. Whoa, that's not enough. That just sounds like you're pathologos. The world is full of sinners. Okay, I'll go to the next person. Why should I learn how to fly a plane from you? Oh, because I have these prejudices, these false beliefs that are disproven by evidence. I'm racist, I'm a sexist. That's not going to help me fly a plane at all. What about you? Oh, I've got supernatural beliefs. I read the Torah. The Torah tells me how the plane works. And it's believing and giving money to the priests. And sometimes having sex with them against your will. I mean, believing you're a bad person and I don't know, any sort of crazy belief. That's not enough for me to fly a plane. You're out, you're out, you're out. Oh, what about you? Oh, I have scientific beliefs. What are they? Oh, actually proven by evidence. You can actually provide the evidence as to how and why moving the steering wheel in this direction adjusts the angle of the wings, which causes the plane to move in that direction. Understanding. Oh, of course, we have to use self-evident axioms as well. Like, these are just principles of reality we take for granted, like 1 and 1 is 2, that kind of thing. Oh, that's who I'm going to. So we have to go to these people and avoid the people down here. By the way, all of these people, if they're playing a good role, if they get to be king priest, if they're the rich ones or they're the ones with sitting in daddy's chair or the parent of the house or the priest or the imam or the rabbi or whatever, they will try and stop you from crossing this line. And what's fascinating is all human beings get this. The pathologos, the fundamental false belief about the self and the world that cause our problems. Now, one of the characteristics of the pathologos is to try and function to stop the movement past this line into reason. And the thing about a pathologos is it's unsuspected, meaning we're doing this worst kind of activity whether we like it or not, whether we know it or not. Thus the need for midwifery. All right, so we've gone to these sorts of people. But we're still believing them. Right, we're believing what they're telling us, but for us it's a belief. It's a belief backed by evidence and reason. That's why we have to pay more money. Well, we have to go, sometimes we pay more money to priests and things, but that's why we have to, pay money to go to college. Because we know we're giving up this to get this to allow us to fly a plane. Obvious. But that's not our understanding. We have to go beyond that. So now we've gone, we start there. And then we have to move. Oh, by the way, Nitro Gold, you didn't answer my questions. Have we met IRL, or do you know me from the music channel, or how'd you get involved with this? I'm asking because I meant to ask you it before when you asked about music. So, using these beliefs, we can transition into our own understanding. Now, what's the difference between scientific beliefs and understanding? Well, we're not talking about a plane. If we can transition from plane to soul, so we transition from aeroplane to our soul, it's got wings so it can fly. Oh, awful wings. So to move from planes to our soul, then then we can go from beliefs to dianoia. Which is a certain kind of understanding that we use these correct beliefs that we get from Socrates and Pierre. But it's dianoia, which is understanding, being. Not interested in planes anymore, we're interested in the soul. What's the immortal nature of the soul, where all knowledge is living, that we are here to remember, as we read last time? Where does that live? In being. By the way, dianoia is about being, but the thing about dianoia that is far beyond beliefs is you can prove it. Provable, or verifiable. In direct experience. In direct experience. Of mine. So faith is, there's no way, by definition, supernatural beliefs are unprovable. Even scientific beliefs are just hypotheses. Scientific theories change all the time with new evidence or new theories or new ways of looking at things. However, this can evolve but doesn't change, and this is eternity, the changeless, the eternal, the immortal, ousia. So that's called nous. This is what we've been talking about when we say the knowable experience, nous. So we have to uncover and sacrifice our false beliefs to move up this ladder. And of course, by the way, we have to be doing philosophical midwifery to mine for this one. This is philosophical midwifery to mine pickaxe. Is that what a pickaxe looks like? Kind of looks like that. Oh, let's do a shovel. There we go. Shovel and a pickaxe. It's more like this, I think. Terrible. Midwifery is used to mine for this. Let's try that again. So we have a pickaxe. Maybe, yeah, that'll do. Because we don't know this. In fact, it's the activity of moving up through this chain of cognitive development or chain of logos that is the most meaningful activity we can do. Cognition, or our ability to share in logos, or our ability to apprehend, is the most evolved feature of the human being, and therefore what we are doing as a species, but also as an individual. As an individual, climbing this ladder is the most meaningful activity you can do, which is needed to surface or mine for your pathologos, because it's not like a prejudice, because it's unsuspected. And prejudices can be about other people, but this is about you, yourself, the fundamental image and view about yourself, or maybe ego as you identify with it, that causes your harm, blocks you from your development, harmful, and is a false diminished view of yourself. So that's why every second day we do midwifery. We have to mine for this, because this is the chains that keep us weighted down to the physical world, but also it's the chains that keep us chained to the back of the wall of the cave, Plato's cave. The physical world are like shadows on the back wall of a dark cave with a firelight casting shadows. So, not only that, you have to, the ones that you do recognize, like our friend in the chat with his religious catchphrase that he got from someone who we have no idea about because he couldn't answer questions, probably because questions are banned in religion because beliefs are the ticket. There are a lot of memes of somebody saying to a priest, "Oh, you talk about the Bible, but you have several private jets. How can you be Christian and have all this money and ridiculous amount of money you'll never spend in your lifetime, you don't need?" And then they get mad. "Oh, you ask me questions? Don't you know how it works? There is a pulpit. You sit in the seats. I am the God King. I get up on the stage and I pass off my bullshit as though it's true, and you assholes lap it up. Don't you ever ask me a question about my private jets. And then their face turns demonic because they're gross, gross people. By the way, ever been to a lecture at college? Same model. One person as the authority behind a lectern, spewing his personal beliefs, and you pay money to soak it up. You're paying for your slavery, whether it's in a church or a mega church or an ashram even, or a mosque, or a lecture theatre. What we are doing is different. We're learning how to talk for ourselves. We're learning how to think for ourselves. We're learning how to have our own conversations. And we're learning from the absolute best model, Socrates. So what are we doing? How are we getting better? How are we becoming more virtuous, more good to ourselves and more able to do good? We are climbing this ladder. All right, so mining on our pathologos to uncover and remove that. Uncovering our prejudices. Oh, really? I have this prejudice against women because I was told by my priest, that women are worse than men because women are the cause of sin, because Eve convinced Adam to eat the apple, and that's why we're not in heaven anymore. We're not in the Garden of Eden anymore. Oh, and then you read the book for yourself and you realize the exact opposite is the case. If it's simply a prejudice, then new evidence can change your mind. Change your mind. Of course, you might recognize, this belief in whatever religion is supernatural. It was never based on reason or evidence. It can't ever be proven. How can I prove whether Mary was a virgin? I can't. Then why the heck should I believe it? Authority. Imagine if a little kid came up to you in the park and said, "My mummy's a virgin princess." You wouldn't believe her. Then why, if that person is 60 years old, in a dress, in a big hat, says the same thing, why do we believe that person? For no good reason. I mean, we should find the reasons. They're pretending to be knowing, they're cosplaying as a knower, and they're silencing your ability to use your own mind and ask questions or think. Demand understanding. Demand both kings and priests follow an understandable paradigm that shows what is good for the soul and the society, that we can all learn, will always be true, and does not involve separating people into lesser groups and abusing them or murdering them. The same way with flying a plane. Anyone can learn the paradigm. The paradigm will always be true, and there's no need to murder certain passengers in the waiting room at the airport. Basic standard of what? Model. An understandable model, an understandable paradigm that we can all share in, and should be the standard for mastership, whether you're a master over a plane, master over a society, or master over a soul. What's that understandable, universal, inclusive, and problem-solving and suffering-removing principle? Understandable paradigm. What's that called? The Logos. That's why we say we're moving from fourth hypothesis group thinking to the third hypothesis, which is characterized by the Logos. The Logos is the name for that understandable model. But what's wild about that model is not just understandable, it's knowable. It is the nous experience that Socrates has been talking about. Knowable or learnable. And what we saw last time was what is learning is really remembering. Rememberable. And of course, the question we're at, well, that's where we got to. Our conclusion was, well, if excellence or virtue of being most good and doing most good is something knowable, then it is learnable. That's our question. Is virtue, is excellence learnable? Well, if it's an object of knowledge and knowable, if it's nous, then we can learn it. Oh, and by the way, The reason we can learn it is because learning is remembering something that our soul knows currently but has forgotten. So you ever seen a beautiful thing? Ever been walking down the street and a beautiful woman walks past and you're like, whoa. Where did you learn beauty? That can't have been your first experience because you recognized it already. What are you recognizing? Oh, seen a beautiful painting? What are you recognizing? Have you ever seen beauty itself, or have you only seen it as an adjective describing physical things? If you want to know what beauty is itself, now you're into philosophy. Notice, we are several stages removed from religion. Remember, pathologos is the lowest kind of belief, and there's prejudice and supernatural belief. Religion is kind of in this category. And then there's a movement up to the best kind of beliefs, scientific beliefs and axioms. So we've already gone on a movement. But then when you realize, hang on a second, where do those scientific beliefs, they're following principles that have to exist. What the heck are they? How is our physical world maintained according to these scientific principles? Oh, and what about these axioms? How do we prove these axioms? Now we've moved from here into philosophy, or dianoia, which is you can only answer those questions by looking at the nature of being. So beliefs to dianoia, that's where we do the dialectic. So we're learning to read. Remember we talked about how the way we're taught to read is, what does it mean to you? Or here is a book, make up bullshit and hand it in and doesn't matter. That's how we learn English at school. This is different. The different way of reading is to read through the text itself without projecting your own pathologos, prejudices, or supernatural beliefs. So no interpretation. So we're going from interpretation, personal interpretation, the way we're taught to read in that society, based on an educational model based on the Roman Catholic Church, where the teacher stands in front of a lecture and lectures. That's why they're called professors. They're professing the faith. So we're not going to learn how to think for ourselves in that tradition. So our personal interpretation, so how we see things not as they are, but we project onto things. Interpretation into dialectic. Dialectic and logos. Well, let's say logos first, because logos can apply to the terms. Like we pull out the key terms: beauty itself, excellence itself, justice. There are key terms of within the beliefs: pathologos, prejudice, supernatural belief, scientific. These are key terms, but that's not reading. Yes, you have to do the work of catching your personal interpretations, which is why reading together as a community can be fun. You don't know your blind spots, but others can help you recognize them. Don't get precious about your false interpretations like a new mother. I know you've had your Christian beliefs since you were 3, but hey, maybe it's time to change your mind or try something else on or learn something new or evolve past a 3-year-old. You have to do the work to actually get those terms, but you have to structure those terms, and that structure is called the dialectic. That structure is that understandable, knowable, eternal, unifying paradigm of reality that we should use at all times, especially priests and kings and parents, but more especially you, because you are the master of your own soul. No one can take that away from you. Do you want to manage it in a good way? Okay, logos and dialectic. So, if these are some key terms, arrange them. Create your own hierarchy and see if it reflects the dialectic. Just as we read, we are looking for the Now, we're reading the Meno, so it's pretty obvious we should be looking for the dialectic because Socrates goes out and says it explicitly a few times. You haven't learned the dialectic? How do you understand anything? Because Socrates says to Meno, can you give me you're asking whether we can learn virtue, whether it can be taught. What is it? Give me a definition of virtue. He can't. Just points to things in the physical world he likes. I like this, I like this, I like this Jesus thing. I like this idea of sin, I like this idea of hell, I like this idea of genocide sometimes. I think that's excellence. The same way most people would answer. But that's not a definition. That's just things that your personal opinions gravitate towards or agree with already. Things you learned when you were 3 that are wrong. That's our world. That's us. Socrates said, well, what was your education like if you can't define anything? By the way, can you understand anything? How can you understand anything without the dialectic? How can you define without the dialectic? By the way, how can you make the transition into your initiation into being, remembering the immortal nature of your own mind or soul? Socrates was surprised. You've never made this jump? What kind of education have you been paying for, man? By the way, this logos and dialectic is for this jump from personal interpretation to true understanding, can make the jump into nous, but also is the art needed to remove your pathologos. It's win-win-win-win-win.
It's a win-win. It's a win. It's a win. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win. So, the importance of the dialectic time and time again. And that's also how we're reading. We're reading that way. We're not believing. We're not being slaves. We're not being passive slugs that are being siphoned off for our sexual favors and our money and our allegiance like any follower of any sort of ism. Communism, Christianity, Muslim, Judaism, fascism, Nazism, all that. We're not a mindless slave when we can think for ourselves. The importance of dialectic. Hang on a second. Socrates asked the question, this is where we are in the text. What if there is something else that's good? Let's use yellow. What if there is something else that's also good? But is unknowable. Now, could virtue be something, because this is good, so we put goodness here. Goodness. And Socrates points out, hey, if what you are doing is not in alignment with whatever you know about nous, the paradigm of goodness and beauty, it ain't good, it ain't beautiful. It's also justice itself, all of these selfers. The word self points to it as a noun. We talked about seeing beautiful things, but what about beauty itself? As a noun, these highest concepts, beauty, goodness, justice, truth, are experienced as nouns in this experience. That's why we call them selfers. It's self-knowing self as mind, or self-knowing self as ousia, the experience of knowing oneself. Okay, great. So, everything we must be doing should be to reach this and to help others to reach this. Otherwise, it's not good. Doesn't matter how good you are at debate or how rich you are or how handsome you are. if you are not using those tools to help people reach the truth and the paradigm of justice, beauty, reality. So we say that's coordinated with intellect, because this is our intellect. This is the intellect itself. Intellect itself. Or in the Greek, it would simply be written as self-intellect, which is why we have the expression selfers to refer to the terms that exist within the knowable experience. But something had to make that knowable experience. Something has to be having that experience of knowing. That has to also be the cause of not just knowing, but goodness. What is the cause of goodness? See goodness down here? Well, if cold things make things more cold, then what makes goodness itself, or self-goodness? It has to be something which has in its own nature something even more good. So good it can overflow or create goodness itself. That then becomes the model for everything good we can do. What's the highest thing we can do? The logos and dialectic. What does the logos and dialectic seek? Good. The good. Goodness. Nous. Knowing. The dialectics are usually about these things. But if the cause of goodness has to be even more good, and virtue has to be the highest good, by definition, virtue is the highest good, the highest excellence, then does virtue require us to go beyond even the remembering of what is eternally true, the immortal nature of our own mind, our own soul, beyond nous, beyond learning, to something here? What the heck is that? And if this is remembered, what kind of learning is this? Because again, it has to be within us in some way, but in a more primary way, in a more immediate way. If this is a remembering we get through mastery of the dialectic and a removal of our pathologos and false beliefs, what if we use our understanding we've mastered and use our experience of nous together to wonder about its cause? What does that awaken? And what's above the experience of self knowing itself as self, as nous? Whoops. If this is self knowing itself, is this category the self itself? Because notice, the word used to describe all of the qualities in the knowable experience is self. Self-goodness, self-intellect, self-justice. So if self, like let's take a step back. If this goodness is the cause of all good things, if beauty itself is here and is the cause of all beautiful things in our physical world, we can discover the necessity for this world of being to exist before we've even experienced it. If we look at beautiful things and realize, hang on, there's a manyness here. There's a manyness of X. Let's say of beauty. There are many beautiful things, or many just things. What is the cause, or what is the noun for these adjectives? This kind of reflection Socrates talks about in the Phaedo as our movement from learning, philomathesis, love of learning, to actually philosophy, because philosophy is this side of things. You're understanding the nature of being and the cause of being. Oh, and what's experiencing being? Is it the self? Why do I ask that? Because, as we were saying just a second ago, I didn't finish that thought. The manyness of beautiful things makes us ask the question, what is the thing itself? The thing itself, self-beauty. Many just things, what is justice itself? Self-justice. Many good things, what is goodness itself? Self-goodness. But we have recognized that there is another kind of manyness. Beauty itself, justice itself, goodness itself. There is a manyness, not of beauty and justice, but a manyness of self. That same logic, reasoning, when we encounter the brilliant light of being, or nous, or mind turning about to know itself, ousia, as the brilliant light of pure being, as the knowable experience, as that which is immortal, and you recognize the immortal nature of your own mind, soul, hopefully you recognize, well, hang on a second, this same habit, practice, virtue, maybe, that I have learned in learning to read with Jed and the Awakening Philosophy channel and my friends on Discord, link below for free. This virtue practice that we have been developing together, supporting ourselves together, nurturing, encouraging ourselves to develop together, it's so much a part of my nature now that even when I experience something that I could not even imagine anything greater, because it's literally the words that we use to describe it are the height of language, beauty itself, justice itself, bliss itself. So it's impossible to imagine a greater experience. But this virtue we've been developing makes me look for manyness and asks the question of the one. If I see a manyness, I am used to triggering a question about its cause. What is its cause? This is the big one, which is a movement from many to one, which is the big, if not the biggest, one of the biggest questions of philosophy, many to one. So, this many physical things, or many expressions of beauty, or many examples of justice, to the one, to justice itself, to beauty itself, or in this particular text, virtue itself. This virtue I've been developing as an adventurer.
I'm looking for someone to share in.
You're a wizard, Harry. I don't want to eat a monkey.
You don't want to eat a monkey anymore like Joe Rogan.
But hey, I don't want to eat a monkey.
But hey, I don't want to eat a monkey. And you've been reading, you've been practicing doing the dialectic at all times, moving from many to one, looking for a manyness, wondering about the cause.
There's only two options at the end of an argument. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. That even when I encounter enlightenment or knowing myself, the immortal nature of myself, even then, I'm going to wonder about its cause. Can't be a cause. There's nothing outside it. Oh. Really? What's having the experience then? By the way, it's a oneness while you have it, but are you able to use your art of the logos and dialectic to recognize aspects? It's all a oneness, of course. It's oneness. It's goodness and oneness. But was it beautiful? Did everything fit the way it should do? Justice? Oh. So you can, through the dialectic and logos, make understanding-based distinctions on something that would be overwhelming to anyone else. The difference from you discovering the immortal nature of your mind through this art that we are all here to learn, our purpose, according to Socrates, and some hippie at a festival having the same experience, but just from acid only. Not saying, not against that, I'm saying that alone ain't enough. Because how can you make the intellectual distinctions unless you have and not be overwhelmed with beauty and justice and goodness all at once? It's usually an overwhelming experience that is so different from our language, from our way of thinking, from our way of making sense of the world, and from our pathologos beliefs that we forget it after a few days or a week. We're back to our old way of being. We're not enlightened. And even in that experience, it can be overwhelming. We won't be able to make sense of it. It's so different. Most people are down here. Whoops. Try that again. If most people haven't started this climb from their lower beliefs, their pathologos, recognizing prejudices, removing them, recognizing their supernatural beliefs, removing them, recognizing the nature of scientific beliefs to lead you into these beliefs, the many to the one, hey, the many scientific principles, the many examples of axioms, where do they come from? Then if this person has a acid trip or a spiritual experience, or can happen through sport or through displays of energy or through music, it's not going to mean much to them. Probably not going to change them at all. Maybe it will diminish their identity if they realize that their self-identity is the nature of reality. It's hard to believe a diminished view of yourself for as long as that memory remains, thus the importance of remembering it. Memory. One of the features Socrates has pointed out last time in our reading, memory, quickness to learning, and memory are essential as high characteristics of the soul. Quickness of learning, memory, as well as justice, courage, and temperance, sound-mindedness, keeping you cool. Single focus with all of your soul. So we better remember it. And what helps us to remember it? Understanding it. What also helps, not just understanding it, seeing the structure of how all the parts fit together so it's obvious. That kind of memory. Because of our training in virtue, by reading in this way and talking in this way and sharing in this way. Oh, somebody shared some art with us on our Discord channel. I want to thank you so much. And I encourage you to keep going. I don't know if you're finished or not, but make it bigger and more colorful so I can see it better. Oh, that's terrible. I feel bad saying that. I'm not telling you what to do. It's your art. But I found it hard to see, and I am curious as to what it would be like with color. I think it's just a first draft, but thank you for sharing it, and also thank you for the explanation of the meaning of it as well. That's what makes the difference. That's what makes the difference between regular art and real art. Your ability to share in logos. The meaning of your art. And the meaning is only meaningful if it represents your own dialectic. And it sounds like our friend in the Discord based it off his dialectic, or at least his own reflections, because that's what makes it meaningful. About something you've been doing the dialectic on here. Now, ultimately, in a different medium, if we are having coffee. Coffee. Or there was some other situation where you could have a one-on-one chat, or not even one-on-one, it's a small group. You could not just share your words talking about it, your logos, but engage in a dialectic. Using your art to point to ideas and ask questions. Which is the height of, which is virtue, because that has the potential of leading into nous. But Socrates is saying, hang on a second, that's not enough. You can have this experience of nous, this enlightenment experience, and have the dialectic and the logos understanding of it. But unless you therefore use that to go here, then it's not virtue, because there is a higher good. And you can use, like that hippie, Just because he had an experience of nous doesn't mean he's a good person. You have to be able to function with it and through it at all times with an understanding and also with the dialectic so you can communicate it in order to most benefit yourself and others. That's where we are in the text. How do you use all of this to reach this? And we were saying, well, one of the ways could be because of the way that we are relating as a community, the way that we are talking, the way that we are encouraging ourselves, and the way that we are learning to read in this channel, that if we think this way at all times, if this becomes the way we see the world through the actual paradigm, the logos, not only will it be more accurate and more true, but when we do encounter nous, maybe we'll have integrated it into our way of being so much so that we will even ask about the cause of this. We won't get overwhelmed. And there are stories of people like Plotinus, for example, an ancient Greek philosopher after Plato, who had this experience and was very upset that he came out of it because he couldn't imagine anything greater than this experience. And he was right. There isn't an experience greater. So his problem was lamenting this. Why did I come out of this nous experience? Because every experience has a beginning, middle, and end. But what if you were looking for, again, what if you grew up, what if you were a member of this community and reading in this way, and you were taught to ask questions like, what's the cause? Or, what's the self? What's the self having that experience? Then you might not be stuck like Plotinus was. By the way, Plotinus has some great books that you can... The collected works of Plotinus are really nice. He writes about the same sorts of things, except in a really poetic way, which some people really enjoy. Anyway, Plotinus. Yeah, you might not be stuck because someone could say, well, the words that you are using to describe this experience indicate it's the greatest experience. Yeah, you can't experience anything greater. But then someone from our community would say, well, by the way, experience, you say? What had the experience?
Wow. Have you read
And then everyone would cheer.
Have you read Nagel? We're about to can.
They would cheer for you, and they would... So that's where we are in the text. Is virtue this one? Because we did conclude that this is necessary. By the way, this kind of reflection... So we talk about on this channel, we read 2 books. We read Meno, and then we read Midwifery. Meno and Socrates is to climb the ladder to truth. Midwifery is to uncover and remove the unsuspected false beliefs or pathologos that cause our problems. We've got to be doing both. But also you could break it down into 2, experience and reflection. In Midwifery, we talk about you have to be pursuing your most meaningful goals to surface the material you need to reflect on to discover your pathologos. Talked about that earlier today. So today is part 2, reflection. So some of the times on this channel, if you're new to the channel, we read about half the time we reflect on what we've read. Why? Because that's what allows us to put it together. It's not the experience that affects us, it's our reflection and understanding of it, which is the same thing that you can tell your friend at the festival who took the acid. Hey, you're experiencing pure being. It's not the experience that's going to change you, buddy. Your understanding of it. I hope you've done some reading of the Meno and Midwifery. I hope you're a subscriber to the Awakening Philosophy channel, because it ain't the experience that's going to make you better, but your understanding of it. So that's what we're doing today. We do it about half the time. We reflect. And that's worth doing because these questions that we have come up to in our own reflection, that there is maybe something more good beyond even nous, and it's our training in this logos and dialectic, in thinking the way our author thinks, which is why we're always looking for not just what he says, but how he thinks. What's the structure behind his thinking? It allowed us to see that this leads into this, allowed us to make sense of the previous dialectic we talked about, that talked about what is learning and how it's knowing and how it's remembering. But also, not only did it help us make sense of what we've read already, but it gave us this puzzle. What is the one self that is the cause of the manyness of selves, or selfers? And we talked about, well, if this is goodness, maybe this is the good. If this is the knowable experience, this is unknowable. Not in a way that says it's stupid, but is so intelligible, so real and graspable with self in mind, that it's beyond even knowledge. So maybe when we say intelligible, we usually mean understandable. Again, not opinions, not beliefs, not even scientific beliefs. Understandable with dianoia, but also intelligible means you can actually grasp it directly and confirm something that's not afforded to any beliefs, even scientific beliefs. You can never prove a belief, but you can prove this. You can be certain of this. So when Socrates says, I am wiser than the other people in Athens, it's because he knows what is knowable. He says, I'm not going to be mistaken about what I do know because I know what's knowable. So it helps us make sense of what is knowable, but also in asking about what is beyond knowing and the cause of the knowing, what is the good that's the cause of goodness, and then what is the self that is the cause of all of the selfers, helped us make sense of a word in the text that we have been really puzzling with. That is, when Socrates talks about the necessary characteristics of virtue, he says, yep, you need logos and dialectic, of course. And yep, it has to be coordinated with nous. But it also, if it doesn't have this, it ain't virtue. It ain't going to be good for anyone. You're not going to be helping people if you prevent them from going past nous. Taoists. Again, not personal, it's just an example of a tradition that prevents. We talked about Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. One of their characteristics is they prevent development from here. Nothing beyond belief, no understanding, not even scientific beliefs. The Dark Ages. That's where they make a line, and anyone who tries to cross that line, we will murder or make fun of or chastise or threaten with hell. But there are other traditions that of course go past this, like Taoism, but prevent this movement. So that's why I said Taoism there. But this helps us make sense of the word that Socrates is using for something unknowable but good that is beyond even nous. He calls that phronesis. This is what we need for virtue. And we came to that as our conclusion. And because of this kind of reflection that we're doing, maybe we have moved a little bit further into understanding the most important thing we can understand, phronesis. Why? Because it is either the entirety of virtue or it's a part of virtue. That was the conclusion. Let's see it in the text. This is a big one. It's worth looking at again. Socrates, surely we say that for all human beings, everything depends on the soul. So we made a similar case today, except we were talking about the cognitive functioning of the soul. Same deal. You could say all human battles are a battle of ideas, or all human battles are a battle of the development up the logos, fighting against the forces that try to block us. Hey, Your family will try and make it so you don't get out of your pathologos. They think their pathologos is it. So you start thinking for yourself, or start questioning the way that things were done in the house. Start questioning your parents. They don't like that, and they will use all of the tricks they've learned in their lifetime to try and sabotage you because they love you. The problem is their idea of love isn't a scientific belief of love, isn't a dianoia of love, isn't a nous of love, isn't a phronesis of love, so it can't actually be virtuous love. It's a pathologos, the family idea of love. Any family that is not based on the logos and midwifery, their idea of love will be based on their pathologos, the very thing that causes our suffering, our sickness, our illness, and our problems. And they will say no further. But then you leave the family. Maybe you're old enough to leave the house, and you get friends. But they're from your same town, let's say. And it's a friendship group based on a similar kind of group unity based on belief, only now it's not the family pathologos, it's prejudices. Hey, we all make fun of women, we're incels. Or we all make fun of, I don't know, brown people, we're racists or Nazis or something. Or we're just a small town people. We like our football team and we hate the football team of the high school of the next town. We're prejudiced against them. They suck. We rule. Whatever. That's that kind of thing. And by the way, your friends of that town are going to try and make it so you don't get past this. Because how will you be in the friend group if we're bound by a distorted image of unity? Remember where unity really is? Oneness. So we can say, oh, over here, nous, the experience of oneness. Or unity, which, again, goodness, oneness, or unity. We have to ask the question, if this is oneness, where is the one? But it's a distorted view of unity based on a group cohesion based on prejudice, and they don't want you to go any better. As soon as you're no longer racist or sexist, you think you're better than us from your small town? You think just because you left your town you're better than us? Why don't you go make friends with women? Puh. Or you're probably gonna support the Broncos and not the Cowboys. Puh. And then you might find a different group that are bound by supernatural beliefs. What's the first thing they say? Hey, what do you believe in? Well, I'm interested in growing. I recognize my family pathologos were terrible, and then my friend circle prejudice were terrible. I'm kind of interested in something more meaningful than belief. They'll spit at you. Okay. No, God works in mysterious ways. You can't read this book. Have you read the Bible? No, so you have to believe. Who's read the Bible? There's 1 billion pages in it. And the translations are all bullshit anyway, and all different. And the original authors were all at some level of ignorance themselves. Why would you even waste your time? And when you do read it, you realize there's terrible, sexist, apologizing for rape and slavery and justifying genocide, all sorts of crazy, terrible shit. Richard Dawkins' early book, The God Delusion, talks about, as a fictional character, the Christian God is one of the worst villains you can imagine. Of course, if you wanted to save the tradition, you could look at the original Greek and read that. Recognize that there are certain people who were assholes, like Paul, who should never be listened to. There are earlier texts, the Gnostic Gospels, that actually talk about the significance of understanding. You can read Mark. There's a division in Mark. There's a Jesus talking about the significance of understanding, and then there's a change. Anyway, I won't give away too many spoilers. The point is, they will try and function to prevent any sort of development beyond blind obedience to supernatural beliefs, which makes you a slave to authority. That's their whole deal. That's what the word means. It ain't personal. And if you find yourself compelled to want to defend, no, not my religion, I think you can actually gain understanding from faith, then you haven't defined your terms. Because faith means this. This is a definition. You can't have one with the other. They are opposites. So they'll prevent you from moving into what you need for understanding. Okay, so you realize, okay, I'm all of 14 now. It's usually about the time when most kids realize whatever religion they grew up with is crazy or stupid or harmful, or just church is boring. My God, how can that be good? Anyway. And so you realize, well, I'm going to go to college, and everyone at your church is like, oh, no. God works in mysterious ways. You can't understand it. It's hubris of you to think you can understand. How dare you go to those, those colleges teach things that show that religion is objectively false and harmful? No. So they won't like it, but then you will be like, well, I don't care. I'm not going to base my personal development on your level of ignorance and laziness and cowardice. Screw you. I've got more virtue in my soul. I'm more courageous. I have more maturity. I have more integrity. So I'm going to go to school and replace all of these stupid false beliefs from my crappy hometown and house or whatever with actual scientific beliefs from people who have experience and have achieved. What will they say? What will they say there? When you start talking about consciousness itself, when you start talking about these axioms that you use, where do they come from? How do we prove them? When you start talking about the self, they will laugh at you, they will spit at you, and they will chase you out. Even if you're an innocent, young student who is genuinely trying to understand, and you're asking really good questions. I know, because it happened to me. But also, I know not just because it happened to me, but because it's a principle. If you are, in principle, in a identified with a group that is bound by a level of cognitive functioning, beliefs, understanding, nous, these are all cognitive functioning, these are all ways that your cognition or your mind can function, then you will have to prevent anything beyond it. That's part of being in a group bound by this level of being. But of course, Socrates says, in the Phaedo, Socrates talks about him being at this stage, the best scientific belief teachers, the best college professors, one of them even realized that everything is made of mind, or we have a mind, or understanding human beings by understanding our physical body isn't enough. Because I'm not sitting here because of my bones, I'm sitting here because of my mind making a decision that it will be most just and good to sit here right now. So what's this mind? And what is my paradigm for justice and goodness and beautiful? Because that's what's really motivating me. I better make sure I've got a damn good idea of what justice, goodness, and beauty is, if that's what's motivating all of my physical body at all times, said Socrates. And his teacher said, oh, I don't know. I'm going to look back at the physical things. Socrates said, well, I would have followed you anywhere. As the one teacher asking legitimately rational questions about the cause of the physical world and my causes, why do I do things? And you're just rejecting it? So Socrates said, so I had to go off and figure it out on my own. That's where we are. This community is us figuring it out on our own, because people who have identified with scientific beliefs, physical beliefs of the physical world, materialism, say you can't go any further. And we'll call you woo-woo or something. We'll say, oh, you're a hippie. I'm better than you because I'm using reason. And we will say, actually, you're not using reason. If you were using reason, you wouldn't conflate a human being doing the human pursuit. We call it philosophy, but we can just call it the human quest. you're conflating me with someone down here who doesn't use understanding. Or some sort of hippie or some, okay, hippie's the wrong word. Some sort of irrational person who uses their experience of spirituality to justify their personal opinions and beliefs. Like a priest does, oh my God. Like a king does, oh my God. A king, I had a spiritual experience where God spoke to me. Oh, really? Did you understand it? Did you ask questions of what's the cause of it? No, I'm using it to justify my opinion that I should be king. The divine right to rule. That's literally what kings are using right now. I had a spiritual experience where I talked to God and he told me that my beliefs are right. Same thing for a priest, same thing for an imam, same thing for all of them. Why? Because there is an understandable paradigm. You don't have to pick teams. You don't say, well, Taoists do that, but Buddhists don't. They all do. It's the paradigm. You can meet a Buddhist here, blocked there, a Buddhist blocked here. I mean, they might not have many Buddhist spiritual experiences, but all sorts. It's part of being human. So it's really not what team colors you are wearing, but what level of cognitive development you're at so far. Not so we can pick winners and losers and make the losers have to work or have to suffer or have to work in labor camps or have to starve or have to be genocided. No. We're finding out where you are so we can help you go to the next stage. Goodness, virtue, benefit, artfulness. All right, so you've left college and you realize, okay, like Socrates, they're ignoring the most important things: mind, self, consciousness, beauty, justice. Why are they playing in the sandbox of the physical world? Why are they still building Legos? And then you come across this channel where you can gain a certain class of beliefs from Socrates and from Pierre Grimes about the logos or the pathologos that, as we read, we use only as a stepping stone to develop our own dianoia, which is specifically understanding the nature of being. Recognizing and pulling out the self-logos terms, arranging them as a dialectic, and, like our friend today, turning your dialectic into some sort of artful expression where all of the parts of your dialectic has its equivalent metaphor or analogy in your story or in your art, and sharing it with us. That's how we read. So we are focused on reflecting on nous. Yeah, so you made that mistake by saying that philosophy is woo-woo. You are not using reason well. In fact, if you were reason well, you would reason about the cause of even your scientific evidence. So what? Well, so if it's a principle, what do? We push it. We push the implications. We might have recognized a principle. That's true forever. So the next thing, is there someone who's at the level of dianoia who might be interested in understanding being, might be interested in dialectic even, but says you can't experience it directly? I bet they're out there. Maybe. I'm not sure. I think so. Maybe. Equally so, there are people like Taoists who might have had this experience and say there's nothing beyond it. Stop here. And then you have us. Bunch of weirdos.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Then we have us.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. Who are going through that process with as much courage as we can at all times, with as much aporia, openness, curiosity, wonder as we can. Reading in this way, allowing us to be open to share in Socrates' question, what the heck is this? Now, you might say, well, okay, well, we've completed the hypotheses. This must be, if this is the self, if this is beyond even being, this must be the last stage. Surely. Is it? That's a big question. By the way, we have to be reading with this level of care and courage, integrity, habit. I try and do these every morning if I can. I can't, of course, because I'm not currently I don't get any money. This costs me money, so I can't do it as much as I would like to, and I can't do the things I would like to, like dream analysis or watching lectures like by Pierre Grimes or by other notable philosophers to critique them or to understand them better together. I'm an audio engineer, so I often make it sound really good too. Can't do that yet. I've got a new donation thing. Should be below. Buy me a coffee, where you can donate whenever you want to. But yeah, hopefully in the near future we'll be able to support the channel financially, so we can do a lot more amazing stuff. Don't know how we got onto that. Oh yeah, habit. We try and, as Socrates says in the Phaedo, every morning they would meet outside Socrates' prison cell to talk about the self and Socrates. Every morning we try and do it here. Allowing us to have this question that most people don't even see. But also, we're also looking really, really carefully to see if there's another thing beyond phronesis. It doesn't seem like it so far. I haven't seen anything to suggest there's anything beyond the good, the unknowable, and the self. But if Socrates is like we've been seeing him, what does that sentence mean? If Socrates does the sorts of things that we have been seeing him do, maybe he opens up a secret, hidden twist question. Nevertheless, this is still right up there. If we would go beyond this stage, we would be going beyond all of the other spiritual traditions we've had up until now. The 10 ox herding pictures of Buddhism, Japanese Buddhism, I think, don't have 9 hypotheses of Parmenides, of course. They don't have the logos, but they have kind of something close to the logos. They have 10 ox herding pictures talking about the development, or our cognitive development, or our spiritual, same thing. Our cognitive development, or our spiritual development, or our personal development, it's the same thing. It's the development of the logos. The development of our mastery of the logos to see the logos, which is the intelligible paradigm, and integrate it into our way of being, virtue. They do have something that corresponds to this. The top 2 ox herding pictures. So they've split it up. They've made a further division. But if this is the first hypothesis of Parmenides, the highest in Parmenides, or the 10th ox herding picture of Japanese Buddhism, and we are wondering if Socrates is going to suggest a secret hidden puzzle for us readers, only us readers who can actually see it by reading in this way, then if that is the case and we see it, we will be going beyond any other tradition to date. Which, of course, we are doing anyway because we're reading philosophical midwifery, which adds to any other tradition, because no other spiritual tradition has midwifery. So we are improving things. Midwifery is specifically, Socrates had it, but Plato didn't write about it. So we have to reintroduce it to philosophy. It's the tool needed to remove this. It's implied, it's pointed to, but it isn't really laid out in Plato. But that's okay. We read midwifery every second day, so we're adding to that tradition. If there is another stage beyond this, which is beyond nous phronesis, then we will be going even beyond that. So, I don't know if it's there, but we will keep it as a question, just in case we start to see Socrates acting sneaky. Maybe we start getting close to this phronesis, and then Socrates says, oh, by the way, something. So huge stakes to find that question if it's there. But nevertheless, this kind of reflection in our own way, together with our chat, using our own words, helped us come to this conclusion, which helped us maybe to understand better what he is talking about when he says phronesis. And so our question is, how does the good relate to phronesis? How does the unknowable relate to phronesis? How does the self relate to phronesis? And how does virtue relate to phronesis? So those are the questions we're carrying. And what is phronesis and how do we get it? And how do we keep it forever, even after this lifetime? So a whole bunch of questions we are carrying in our question sack. By the way, that's reading. Gathering questions, collecting questions. Notice, how do we teach reading in English classes currently? Answers, no questions. You don't ask the teacher a question. How dare you? You don't ask the priest a question. How dare you? You don't ask the lecturer a question. How dare you? You give answers, the correct answers that match my personal opinions. Ever had a religious English teacher and you say something, it's my own interpretation, that goes against their religious teaching? You're going to get an F, or at least a C-. Ever take a class of economics or business or marketing or something at university and mention that this capitalist model is the supply-demand curve magically evening out over time, that the whole system is based on is actually bullshit and made up imaginary baby brain nonsense? This is a professor. What will they say? They might get very mad, even though it's true. Anyway, virtue. Again, we're making fun of the system, not the individuals who are suffering from the system. We are making fun of the false Nazi-like blind loyalty and allegiance to that which causes us harm. Allegiance to be a blind follower to some authority, accepting false beliefs, be it capitalism or anything else we've mentioned today. So, what is virtue? Is it to do with phronesis? What is phronesis and how do we get it? Those are our questions so far. So let's jump in to the book, just to review still. So, if the phronesis soul guides correctly, whereas without phronesis, your soul will miss the mark. This word is translated for our friend in chat. This Greek word is the same word as sin. Notice, what does sin imply? If someone says you're a sinful boy, or your self has original sin, or you have a sinful nature you have to repent to. Like you said repent. Well, fuck you. I'm not gonna believe I'm bad just because you're calling me bad. That's called intimidation. You're not even doing it well. Intimidation is supposed to look for something you're doing and say, see, that proves you are a bad person and you should feel bad. And now that you feel bad about yourself, my dad's going to come and try and scam you for your money. Or tell you to go to war. Or make you a believer in something. You're supposed to look for specific things. You can't just say, oh, just repent, you're a sinner. You've got sin in your heart. Well, fuck you. You're not doing it. You're not even doing the scam well. You're supposed to say something like, oh, you ever had sexual thoughts? Sure. Oh, so bad. See, you're a sinner. That's actually the devil. You need to repent, which means believe you are a bad person, pathologos, harm, injustice, and feel bad about yourself, harm, injustice, and then submit your will to mine. Oppression, manipulation, tyranny. That's your sentence. Now, you might not realize that's what you're saying because you are just parroting, mindlessly repeating the words that your priest said to you. But what he was saying to you was that. believe you are bad so you don't fight back against my oppression. My justification, which is intimidation, looking for something to justify your already held false conclusions, is you're a sinner. Oh, you're a sinner. You're such a sinner. So feel bad because you're a sinner. Believe you're a sinner and feel bad. And then submit. Which means, no, if I say shut up, you shut up. If I say give me your money, you give me your money. If I say murder that Palestinian child, you'll murder that Palestinian child. So that's what he said to you. So when you repeat it to us, you are saying, hey, this is the difficulty I am having. I want to be wise. I think being wise is copying this guy, and this is what this guy said to me. It's not pathologos technically because it's not your family, but it's the next closest thing. So this statement you are making to me isn't to me at all. You've already told me you don't know me. A sentence tells me you don't know me. It's you. You feel bad about yourself because of these bullshit lies that you have been convinced to accept by intimidation, and you suffer because of it. You think if you can do it to someone else, you can escape your internal suffering. The suffering from that Good-Daemon, the internal voice that shoots you down. So you are trying to do unto others the harm that was done unto you. Because A, you think it's what it means to be wise. It's not. It's a lie. It's a con. It's a scam. And number two, you want alleviation from that same suffering. Hurt people hurt people. So you will look to a situation where you can talk just like this awful person who told this to you. If you have kids, you'll do it to your kids. And the cycle of suffering and violence continues. But it also is indicative of your own puzzle. In this community, we want to recognize that and encourage you to speak up, so long as you don't stop with the quote. If you just say, here's a quote, and I'm folding my arms, I'm that Republican racist homosexual grifter, what's his name? Crowder. Debate me, change my mind. You can't change a mind if someone's sitting like that. You have to change your own mind. So if you're going to just quote harmful shit you got from your priest, well, you're probably not going to find much joy here. But if you are curious and open to changing your mind to learn and evolve and become better, fantastic. Then we can help you recognize, oh shit, I'm doing the same thing that was done to me. I don't know what any of these words mean. I've never recognized the word amartya. I don't know that's behind the word sin. I don't know any of this. I don't even think my priest knows the word amartya. That's behind the mistranslation of sin used to oppress people. Shit, if I don't know anything, what should I do? I know, be more blindly loyal to ignorance. Then get out. Not get out, but, well, you're not going to, well, yeah, get out. This isn't a sounding board for tyranny and oppression against souls. This is not what we're doing. It's the opposite. We want to solve problems and become better. If you are curious and you're happy being a curious, what's the word? Aporia, stung, puzzled, not knowing. If you're okay with letting go of all the false beliefs and being in a state of not knowing, then this is the place for you. And the best place for you, because we can say, oh, by the way, was this done to you? By the way, let's understand the words. Let's give definitions of the words. By the way, let's use the dialectic to see how these definitions come together and understand the thing being said to you. Now let's understand why it's your problem. Why do you believe this shit? Did they appear beautiful? Did they appear caring? Did they appear knowing? By the way, we're also learning what the truth of knowing, caring is. So the more you learn something that you've forgotten. Remember, Socrates says, I'm going to fight in word and deed, that you should always continue to learn that which you don't know. Let's read it. will fight in both word and deed that we will be made better, more courageous, and more beneficial if we search for that which we do not know, rather than thinking it is not possible to discover, like the priests or king priests tell us, or the pathologos or the tyrants tell us. So rather than thinking it is not possible to discover that which we don't know, or thinking we shouldn't search. So if you're here to search for what you don't know, good for you. Through the logos, through understanding. So, if you are open to that, then you're welcome. If you are going to fold your arms and say, no, everything I learned when I was 3 from my Christian or Catholic or Protestant, whoever, I don't know what your parents were, that shit I got from them, that I got it when I was 3. That's the smartest you can ever be. No one's as smart as my dad. Or my priest was so cool, he had a skateboard. I'm never going to change my mind. Then, I don't know, No, that's not fair. This is your place. Because this quest is for all of us. We're all suffering from our ignorance. We're all suffering from our false beliefs. We're all suffering from our training to hold on to our false beliefs even though they're hurting us. The blind loyalty and allegiance to whatever bullshit beliefs we happen to grow up at. Hey, if you were born 5,000 years ago, you'd have different beliefs. If you were born in a different part of the world, you wouldn't be your religion, would you? Of course you wouldn't. If you were born 200 years ago, it wouldn't be the same religion. Probably way more sexist and racist. And way more murderous. So, just because you happen to be born in this family, this part of the dirt, and this part of time, don't let that be the end. That's your beginning. That's the difference. So, where is your listener, reader? Where is your limit? And are you willing to try and go beyond it? Okay. We were reading this one. Right. Without phronesis. Here we go. Physical qualities like health, strength, wealth, and beauty can do harm, as well as the good qualities of the soul, quickness of learning, memory, seeking greatness, and all these things. Oh, sound-mindedness, justice, courage. These also can do harm. They at times do harm, and at other times they benefit. Think about courage. If it's not motivated by phronesis, what's phronesis? Don't know. Then it's not really courageous. If you chase the army yourself as one person, that's just stupid. So you are harmed when you are acting without nous. Now we use the English word intellect, but we defined that a second ago. You better be seeking the true model of the good. Otherwise it's foolish. Even if you're really strong or really rich. It's not really courage. By the way, even though it's coordinated with intellect or nous, the soul still has to be guided by phronesis. And if you do, anything you attempt or endure will end in the highest goal. The happiness and state of being of the Good-Daemon. We talk about that inner voice that shoots us down, that says we're not good enough, that says we're a sinner, or says we can't understand, or says we are inadequate. That's the Good-Daemon, the bad daemon. That's the thing that will try and block us at every level of development through our cognitive functions. It's the Good-Daemon. Now, tomorrow we will continue to read Midwifery, where it says it's actually a reflection. It's a reflection of your pathologos. And it shows you clues. If you just blindly obey it, like you're blindly obeying your priest or your parents or your teachers, anyone who is not encouraging the development of logos and dialectic, dianoia, to reach nous, and not only that, go beyond it to reach phronesis, anyone who's doing anything other than that is harming you to some degree. Because true goodness or virtue is moving in this direction. Now, you can say, well, a lot of people don't know about this, and they're, without them realizing it, they're naturally helping people. They're naturally looking to understand causes. They're actually willing to engage in dialectic. We would say, well, yeah, they're natural philosophers. They're actually good people doing good stuff. But of course, understanding how and what they're doing and how to do it even better would benefit them. It's win-win.
It's a win-win.
So, any level of block up to phronesis, and these questions we're asking here, is harmful. So even when you have dianoia and nous, it has to still be motivated by phronesis. That's what we read. And by the way, if we do act in this way, we will end up being like the Good-Daemon. So everything we've been talking about with that voice, blocking our cognitive development, keeping you in your pathologos, or your prejudice, or your scientific beliefs, or your supernatural beliefs, even preventing you from going into nous. Good-Daemon, I'm not good enough. You can't know that. I'm just a sinner. I should be helping others instead of meeting my own goals. Any of this crap. The opposite is the daemon, the Good-Daemon, Good-Daemon. And that's the one that Socrates talked a lot about in the Apology. It's a guiding voice of the self. But if it's the highest way of being, and also has the highest kind of happiness, eudaimonia can be a kind of happiness. And we're wondering about what kind of happiness is that which is beyond the bliss of nous. Because if this is goodness and beauty itself, this is bliss. And Socrates talks about people who get stuck there as those dwelling in the isles of the blessed. He says, don't stop there. So what kind of pleasure is this? What kind of happiness is this which is beyond this kind of pleasure? Don't know. But what kind of functioning will it have? Well, we know a little bit. If the highest form of excellence is something to do with being a good daemon, and the daemon is the voice of the self guiding us in the positive way, the opposite of the pathologos or Good-Daemon, then it's going to be virtuous and guiding us to virtue, meaning it's got to have dialectic, nous, and phronesis, and be acting in coordination with nous, guided by phronesis. So if we are doing this, we will become like the Good-Daemon. Nice.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. So that's interesting. But if you are led by a lack of phronesis, you will end in the opposite way. And later on he says, by the way, good phronesis. So if the Good-Daemon is the voice of the pathologos self, guiding everyone, putting them in that zombie-like state, causing our problems, if the false view of the self being the master of your soul has a voice that we call the Good-Daemon that shoots us down, and phronesis has a voice that builds you up called the Good-Daemon or the Good-Daemon, what's that state? What's ruling our soul? Now we might be able to hypothesize here. If the pathologos false distorted view of the self causes the Good-Daemon, would that imply that the having a direct state of being, seeing, recognition, whatever it turns out to be, of the true self, not the pathologos distorted version of the self, but the true self. Is that the state of being that should guide our soul, that manifests as the Good-Daemon, and will be the state of being you will end up with if you are acting like this at all times? If the soul is guided by phronesis, what is that? State of the self, maybe? The opposite of pathologos? Everything you attempt or endure will end in the state of the Good-Daemon. Whereas, guided by a lack of phronesis, everything you do will end in the opposite way. What do we talk about our friend? He was acting in a terrible, disgusting way, preaching the idea of sin, trying to bully someone into feeling bad about their same nature. Good-Daemon. The words that our friend Dylan here could reflect on if he stayed with the channel long enough is the certain key language that he uses will reflect his pathologos that he doesn't suspect he has. Just as the logos of the Good-Daemon reflects the self, which is our highest state, and happiness. What kind of happiness? Don't know. What will it involve? Logos dialectic, coordinated with nous, guided by phronesis. And as we're reading on our other channel, that not only the words, the tone will sound like someone. I imagine when Dylan was venting his Christian oppressive bullshit, it had a voice in his mind, probably sounded like his dad or his priest or his mum or his pastor or whoever he's getting this crap from. Don't know, can't ask questions because he doesn't know how to answer questions or see the value in it. Doesn't know as well because it's a dialectic, isn't it? But again, it's not personal, and I hope I'm not being too harsh. And if I am being harsh, I'm being harsh against the logos, the pathologos, not you. I'm encouraging you to reflect on that way of being, reflect on your language, reflect on the tone of voice, reflect on where you learnt it from, reflect on what it was like, and reflect on this new way of being to see what you're sacrificing or what it's costing you. And again, that's what we do in our community. I'm allowed to be a little bit harsh, seeing as you came in with you're a sinner and you should feel bad and you should believe my shit. That's kind of the worst thing you can say. But again, you are just repeating what was done to you. That's the game. Can you free yourself from that zombie-like mindlessness? Can Meno, Barry, the boy, could, for a little bit anyway. Is Meno? Can you? And can we take this way of being where we can look at these words and reflect together with understanding in the interest of goodness, care, and virtue, and make it a new way of being that becomes the new group that everyone can join? Don't have to pick a family or a political party or a Nazi party or a religion or anything like that. We're all bound together in a shared way of being, not bound by the distorted image of unity, but bound by logos and everything else that we've been seeing today. Virtue, curiosity, openness, aporia, being wondering. So, if virtue is one of those things in the immortal part of our soul, then it is also necessary, beneficial to us. These knowable objects that we remember in our learning, or in our nous, they're all good, so they can't be bad. It's goodness itself. So if it's goodness, it has to be benefiting. So if it's benefiting, it has to be phronesis. Or leading to phronesis, because all of those selves in the soul, beauty itself, justice itself, goodness itself, are neither beneficial nor harmful of their own accord, but they become beneficial or harmful by the addition of phronesis or the addition or the lack of phronesis. And we're wondering, okay, by the way, a lack of phronesis, what takes its spot? Pathologos. So, by the addition of phronesis, still wondering what that is and how do we get it? Or if it's lacking. So even the highest experience of knowing reality, nous, the objects of bliss and beauty and stuff, even they are not, that's not virtue yet, unless it's used with and to have and to reach phronesis. Like our friend at the festival took acid, had that experience. Maybe he turned out to be a bigger jerk than before because he just had an experience that he's using to confirm his prejudices. I saw the face of Allah, or I saw the face of Mother Mary. Really? And that's what you took out of... So harmful by a lack of phronesis. According to this logos, by excellence being indeed beneficial, it must be a kind of phronesis, right? Appears so. What about those other kinds of virtues, like the not only the soul, but the kinds of good things of the body, like health and stuff, wealth? When phronesis guides, they benefit the soul, but when a lack of phronesis, they harm. Yes. So if the soul uses and guides these qualities correctly, you can make them beneficial, if not harmful. Yes. So the good soul, the good phronesis soul guides correctly, whereas the lack of phronesis soul not sins but misses the mark, to our friend in chat. What's Socrates doing to Meno? You're missing the mark, Meno. You're a sinner. You're a naughty, naughty boy. You should feel bad about yourself. And here are my beliefs. That you have to believe, otherwise you go to hell. Only so I can feel good about myself, pretending to be a knower. Does Socrates do any of that shit that our friend in chat was asking about? No. The opposite. You're not a sinner because you missed the mark. You're just missing the mark. Adjust your aim. That's it. Change your mind. That's it. Adjust your aim. That's it. Oh, but I like shooting in that direction. Who cares? Don't be precious. Like a new mother. But I've had these beliefs since I was 4, and my mum is a Christian, and my dad is a Christian, and my grandpa is a Christian, and I went to church every day for 1 year. Who cares? All right, you liked it back then, so it doesn't make it true. Don't be precious about what's harmful and false. Because even if you do have the right beliefs, it is going to be harmful if it's not guided by phronesis. Even if you have dialectic, it's going to be harmful without phronesis. Even if you successfully use dialectic to reach the truth about self and reality, to reach the truth of ousia, the realm of being, way beyond someone just quoting nonsense and nonsense beliefs. Way beyond that. Even that stage way beyond religious stuff, belief stuff, Nazi stuff, any ism stuff, any bound by a group stuff. Even that isn't beneficial unless it's towards and guided by phronesis. And that will lead you to eudaimonia, which is another puzzle. What the heck is that? What kind of happiness is that? And what kind of way of functioning is that? And is that our final goal, considering it's the end? If your soul is guided by phronesis, everything you attempt or endure ends in the Good-Daemonia. Oh, and everything, if not, other way. By the way, our Christian friend, or whoever, I think, yeah, he said Jesus. Did he end up becoming a sort of person who functions in the opposite way of a good daemon? Yes. What does a daemon do? Ask questions, invites to the dialectic, uses reason and logos, uses the dialogue and conversation, encourages, like everything Socrates is doing. Encourages you to reach nous. Encourages you to identify and remove your false... Oh, hi there, welcome in chat. To identify and remove your false beliefs. Encourages you to grow, not to remain stagnant in the dumb beliefs you had when you were 3. Probably uses dumb more than I do, but I'm keeping it cool and accessible for modern age. I'm just a little bit frustrated at how it's allowed to happen and how many people suffer as a result. More people need to call it out. Oh, so what did he end up saying? The opposite way of a Good-Daemon. Did we just review what he said? Yep. Your nature is bad, sinful. That's pathologos. You should feel bad about yourself. Oh, pathologos. Not pathologos exactly, but of the nature of diminishing yourself. You will only reach happiness, eudaimonia, not by guiding yourself by phronesis, but by believing in your version of Christianity. The exact opposite. Oh, not only opposite, fucking harmful. Objectively wrong and harmful. You don't have to turn back many pages of human history to see the harmful effect of Christianity and how much blood and torture happened, how much blood was spilled and how much torture and oppression has happened in the name of God said it was okay. To me, not you. I'm encouraging people to grow up, to wake up, to become more mature. Which is kind of a letting go of the thing that you are carrying that's not yours and is harming you. It's not true that you are bad. It's not true that you're a sinner. It's not true you should feel bad. It's not true you should repent. It's not true you should accept beliefs instead of your own understanding. None of that's true. The opposite is true. So by speaking in that way, that's the opposite of truth. Has this person ended up in the opposite way? Or what's the opposite way of the Good-Daemon? The Good-Daemon. Do we as human beings end up repeating our pathologos bullshit to ourselves and suffering, and others, sometimes trying to be the bully so we're not the ones being bullied? That's a cowardice way of escaping your suffering. It's sadistic to enjoy the suffering of others because finally you're not the one. That is the Good-Daemon. You are parroting the pathologos that was done to you. So is this statement by Socrates true? And have we got a demonstration in the chat? If you are guided by a lack of phronesis, you will end up in the opposite way of the eudaimonia, the Good-Daemon, which is what? Spewing your pathologos. Again, this wouldn't have appealed to you if you didn't already believe something like it. If some priest said, oh, you're a sinner, and you grew up in a supportive family who didn't tell you that you were bad, then you wouldn't believe it. You'd laugh at them, maybe spit at them for being such a dick. You laugh, but if you were the sort of person abused growing up, you might believe that crap. So they're looking to prey on the most vulnerable. I've seen them. I play music out in the street. I've seen the Christians. They're like fucking pariahs. It's disgusting. They're like piranhas that skirt around the arm. I'm going on a bit of a rant here. I'm trying to share the logos in my music and make everyone happier and more beautiful and good and have a good time. And then there are these other people. They're usually looking not so great, which is a bit of an insult considering a lot of people put a lot of attention in how they look when they go out on a Friday or Saturday night or something like that. And they look for the most vulnerable people, and they do always play the same game. You're a bad person, aren't you? Most people laugh or try and have a conversation with them, but it never ends well. Because the people who actually go, yeah, I am bad, they're the ones we can get. Oh, you believe you're a sinner? Got you now. Well, I can save you. I'm really smart and wise. I'm like God. I'm like Jesus in that way. Preying on the most vulnerable. Who is the most vulnerable of all? The children born into a family where you're stuck with these parents, you don't know any better, and you can't leave the house. It's a backwoods way of living that you're stuck in this prison. which is the conditions for the pathologos. So we see in everything we do will end up with us being just like our pathologos or the Good-Daemon. Hello, what's that little thing? You have some funny emote little fellows. I don't know what they are. I don't know that I have any special emotes. But I saw one. What is it? I don't even know what that is. What is your emote? And how do you have special emotes? And how do I have them for my channel? Looks like somebody waving. It's hard to see. Anyway, I like fun little emotes and stuff. If anyone is out like a Twitch or a Discord or graphic design person and they want to make fun emotes or whatever, anything to make this channel more fun and interesting and make philosophy more accessible, please let me know. I love little things like that. I have stuffies. Alien versus Predator. Whoever wins, we lose. I haven't seen it, but I know the tagline. Alien versus Predator. Whoever wins, we lose. I think that's a cool tagline because it's cheesy and silly. Is it good? Good movie? All right, so everything we do ends up in the opposite way. What's the opposite of the good daemon, the bad daemon? What's our definition of the bad daemon that Plato didn't know, but Socrates did? The pathologos. Do we end up doing to the most vulnerable people, children in our family, or people drunk on a night out, or people vulnerable with wealth inequality and poverty? Oh, I'm giving you some food, but also a Bible, maybe? Oh, you're a country being abused by some big oil conglomerate. I'll help you dig a well and maybe get to preach to you the same bullshit that was preached to me, maybe? In other words, as we are reading in Philosophical Midwifery, what guides the soul determines whether we are going to end up becoming an embodiment and an identification with our pathologos, Good-Daemon, spewing the same hateful, false pathologos, anti-logos, blocking of the logos, and false. So pathologos is a sick, false belief. Anti-logos is the part of the pathologos that blocks your development through the logos. Blocks your development through the logos that we've been talking about. So, is it true? Do we find, with our friend in the chat, you haven't seen Alien vs. Predator? Why are you asking me about it if you haven't seen it? Do you want a recommendation? Yes. To whatever I was asking. Do we find in our reading of pathologos, of midwifery, along with what we see with people who are new to philosophy, do we see them embracing and becoming just like the opposite of the Good-Daemon, the blessedness or the highest state of happiness and functioning, when the soul is guided by phronesis? What's the opposite of the or Good-Daemon, the Good-Daemon? Do people end up acting that way? Yes. What's the principle? Without philosophical midwifery, we will end up carrying a false belief about ourselves, built on a false image of ourselves, built on a false belief about ourselves, that becomes our mask, that becomes a way of expressing ourselves, including, hi everyone, except Jesus. That's how you say hello. That's how you accept yourself. So express yourself becomes a way of expressing yourself, as we saw in chat, until eventually it becomes your identity. You spent your life becoming negatively associating yourself with the opposite, with a negative view of yourself. Despite all the difficulties you have, your life, your random thoughts, your dreams, everything that happens at all times is reflecting the problems and difficulties that will happen if you allow yourself to be guided by this, because it's unjust. That's why we do midwifery. Yesterday we asked the question, what is our internal dialogue that keeps sabotaging us? It's a reflection of your pathologos, and also contains clues. The tone of voice. When that guy was doing his Christian stuff, did it have a voice? Did it sound like anyone? When it came up, I was just saying hi. Hi, everyone. Can I be priest? Can I tell you that you're sinners and you should feel bad, and I tell you how to live? I can guide your life. Okay, you need to do this. Hang on a second. You are in charge of my soul? Yeah. I want to be in charge of your soul. Yeah, you need to do this, and then repent, and then accept Jesus, and then, well, hang on a second. Where do you get your qualification from? My ass. And it was deep up in there. No, actually, I'm just copying. My soul is guided by a pathologos, not phronesis, causing my life to end in, what do we say? Our pathologos ends in an identification with and a functioning through our Good-Daemon. Which for us is okay because we reflect on it together. We look for those words, we look for those clues, we look for those tones of voice, we ask questions. It's never about blame or guilt. Talking to the guy trying to make me feel guilt because of his beliefs about sin, which is obviously based on a mistranslation, of course. It's not about guilt or blame, ever. It's about looking for the patterns in the Good-Daemon, logos and tone of voice, and when it came up, so we can solve that puzzle and become free. If we don't, we become a walking pathologos ourselves, an embodiment and functioning as the negative daemon. So, does this understanding of the pathologos and its symmetrical nature, its reflection of the logos, does it fit with what Socrates is saying? If the soul is guided by the self state of being, let's use our hypotheses and let's see if we can bring it all together. Okay, we have the idea of in nous, we have goodness itself. So we ask the question, well, what is the cause of that? If it's the cause of goodness, it has to be good. Socrates talked about this being the knowable experience. That is what education is about, because we remember that, the immortal part of our soul that knows this. Well, then what is beyond that and is unknowable? And if we see the many, self-intellect, self-beauty, self-justice, what's the one self? So good, unknowable self, that's our hypothesis tied to phronesis. Let's use it. If the soul is guided by the good, beyond knowing state of self that we will call phronesis for now, everything that you attempt, your soul attempts or endures, will end in you being a Good-Daemon. And there is an end to our quest. There is a purpose to life. There is a meaning. There is a final cause. And it ain't an opinion. It ain't a prejudice. It ain't a supernatural belief. It ain't a false belief or a pathologos. It ain't a scientific belief. Maybe an axiom. It's always true, which means we can all come together in unity, in shared fun.
You're a wizard, Harry.
I'm looking for someone to share
in shared fun and exploration of the logos to know ourselves, and then keep ourselves and guide our soul by ourselves. And if we do that, we become the greatest guide of them all, the Good-Daemon. The guide that even Socrates listened to at all times. We're going to get into the text called the Apology, where Socrates talks more about the daemon. But the question, what the heck is the daemon, is a good one we're going to keep carrying, just as phronesis. Phronesis and daemon, they're two big ones. Oh, they're two good puppies. That deserves a drop. No.
This guy had to admit that the people in his life who helped convince him to be a conservative in the first place, parents, clergy, other authority figures, were wrong. Not only was wrong, but lied to him, and that he fell for it. All of that takes so much courage and character.
Character. That's what we're developing, courage and character. Now, That was a sound drop from a TikToker or something. Psychology of Politics. Another one of those good people right on the cusp of philosophy who are out there. We replace the word conservative with false belief. Can be any of these. To escape from your prejudices, you have to admit and see that the people you loved in your racist family or racist friend group were wrong while pretending they were right. And they lied to you and you believed it. Okay, even worse is the pathologos. The reason why I picked this out is it applies more to the pathologos because this is the hardest one to give up. Our image of our loved ones that we developed when we were 3 years old is so strong because we didn't know anything else that we will be loyal to it. And to admit, to become free, we have to...
This guy had to admit that the people in his life who helped convince him to be a conservative in the first place, parents, clergy, other authority figures, were wrong. Not only was wrong, but lied to him.
Lied
and
to us.
that he fell for it. All of
And
that
we fell for it.
takes so much courage and character.
So that's kind of like the invitation to this group. Do you want to have courage and character? This is where we learn it. And this is where we help you learn it. And we learn together. Of course, the highest courage and character we are seeing has to be phronesis. Because even courage ain't good unless it's directed towards nous, courage itself. And then even courage to follow the logos at all times like we're doing here. There's more to courage, but even courage with nous ain't enough. It's got to be to phronesis and guided by phronesis. But to do that, you have to realize, you have to admit those things that require that character. Any of these. Really. This is the big one. Prejudice. My priests lied to me, or my imam lied to me, or my whatever lied to me. My teacher lied to me. That guy, that professor that says there's nothing beyond the physical world. But of course, we can complete the hero's journey and return to these people and ask them questions. Why did you believe that? Why did you say it to me? What was it a reflection of? The better we can do that, the better we advance within our new group, a new way of being that anyone can join, the way of the Logos. So we can still have groups. We can still have group picnics. Only we're not bound by anti-logos to stop the logos at whatever level. And we're not burned by false beliefs or pathologos that teach us that we are bad or reality is bad or there is no logos. We can be bound by understanding. Our love can be based on understanding, not this. And everyone is included. There's still ranks. And people who have moved farther along the logos can turn around and help those before them. But it's win-win.
It's a win-win.
So a new way of being that everyone can join based on understanding. The self logos. Because you know what? Everyone has a self. Oh, and by the way, if we're talking about the learning experience being a process of developing logos and dialectic to awaken your nous, if this is the rememberable experience in the immortal part of your soul, it's the same part of the soul that all other souls have. It's the same experience. We all recognize beauty. We all seek justice. We all want to know the truth. In other words, all of these divisions in the physical world based on beliefs disappear in this experience because we recognize we all are the same soul. If this experience of knowledge is open to everyone, which it is. So it makes no sense. Like, would you beat up your left arm with your right arm? No. Would you genocide that group of Palestinians because you're Jewish? No. Because it's the same soul. You are just at a level of ignorance where you haven't awoken the logos sufficient to reflect on the nature of beliefs, distinguish what beliefs are different, why are they different, why are scientific beliefs better than prejudices, what's the difference between pathologos and prejudice. You need to see that. And then how does beliefs lead into dianoia and then nous and then phronesis. You can only see those things with logos, and if you can't see these things, you can't solve human problems like genocide. That's the stakes. If you don't know how your toaster works, you can't fix your toaster. If you don't know how this works, how the cognitive development of the human soul works, you can't run a country. You can't solve genocide. You can't solve the problems of humanity caused by those beliefs. You can't, as Einstein says, solve the problems of humanity by thinking in the same way that caused them, as Einstein. So what? So we are here to do that, to change our mind, to understand the difference. And we can, hey, by the way, all you people who still want to be in groups and don't really care about knowing the self or whatever, I think you will. But even at that level, you can have a group, self-logos groups. You can still have a hierarchy. You can say, oh, we're all the same soul, but some people have got further along to recognizing it. By the way, it can literally unify us because, and by the way, I keep saying by the way, you can confirm the unifying belief that we are the same soul in the experience of nous. So it's not just a belief, it's demonstrably, provably true. That you prove for yourself. You can't believe anyone else on that. But even that mind itself, that's oneness, is experienced by something. Same questions we asked about the soul and mind being one, we can ask about the self. Because if the self is beyond even oneness and seems to be what guides our soul, phronesis, how many selves are there? And if we are looking for a way of uniting humanity, even for people who are thinking in terms of groups, would self work? Do we all have a self? Are some selves, like our friend in the chat, sinners? Are there some naughty selves that need to be purged with fire, like the Palestinians being genocided by those people? When I say those people, I don't mean Jews. I mean those people motivated by their pathologos belief that has an influence in Judaism, but also some people have Christian influence. Or some people just pathologos. Nevertheless, it's happening, and you can't solve those problems unless you make this journey, you awaken the logos, but then we can all solve them, and then once we're free of that nonsense, that childish baby brain nonsense, like genocide and capitalism and division of human beings into different groups that are against each other to distract from wealth inequality, which again shouldn't even be a thing, we can ask the question, how many selves are there? And when we look at our fellow man, can we see this? Because as we are reading, to really be virtuous and good, you have to guide towards that self. Even if you're guiding towards nous and dialectic, ultimately it has to be towards the self. Otherwise, you will end up as Good-Daemon. You will be playing out some aspect or some influence of your pathologos. Which means, hey, if we're all seeking this together, we've got a way of unifying our group, but we can also ask the question, is it the same self, and how do I see it? How do I relate to the self when I talk to everyone? Especially if it doesn't have qualities. If the height of qualities is nous, My board's tripping out. It's not moving. Okay, you see on the... I can't move my screen for a minute. Don't know why. But, I had something. If the height of something is nous, then the self has to be beyond that. I just forgot what the something was. Oh, sorry, I've been neglecting the chat. They're called xenomorph. Oh, okay, so our friend in chat has a xenomorph emoji. Xenomorph. Yeah, I know xenomorph. You'll get the options of making emotes when you're affiliate. Ah, how do I get affiliate? I think the things I'm saying are pretty good. Does that qualify me? So, if the soul is guided by phronesis, then everything we attempt will end up with us being a Good-Daemon, which means the Good-Daemon should be guided by phronesis and guiding other people to phronesis, which is a self, which is beyond division, and we all have. Can't kill anyone. Makes no use beating up your left arm with your right arm. Make that a bumper sticker. You wouldn't beat up your right arm with your left arm. By the way, what is the one self? Or what is self? Are there different selves? What makes yourself different from another self? I don't know. Think of a good catchphrase that puts those two ideas together. If you realize we're all the same self, seeking the mastery of the logos to reach the state of being of phronesis of the one self as our end is there in yellow, then it's just absurd to do war or violence or punishment or jail or any of that crap, or fines. Because you recognize it's all the same self, why would you beat up yourself? So, think of a pithy and clever way of saying that and share it in the chat and turn it into a bumper sticker. So everything we attempt or endure will end in, you do them for free. Oh, I make emotes for you. Oh, thanks. When I have the time. But usually they can be anything you want. You can be creative with it. Oh, neat. Oh, cool. Cool. Oh, that'll be interesting. Have you been practicing any dialectics? Has anything from the text jumped out at you and you realize, oh, there's a bunch of terms there, or I have an idea, I can arrange them to practice the dialectic. If you have, you can represent the terms or the relationships in your dialectic with your emojis. In fact, let's make that the standard. Seeing as we've realized everything that we should be doing should be to master the dialectic, to comprehend or remember nous, and then to reach the state of phronesis, which will end up with us in the eudaimonia state. Well, we better do it at all times. Meaning, you're making something, do a dialectic. Or make your artful creation a reflection of the dialectic you've been practicing. Okay, so the key word is mindless. The word mindful or mindless is not in the Greek. Thank you for pointing that out. It's nothing to do with mind. Mindful and mindless is a word the translator picked because there is no English equivalent to phronesis. I happen to think it's a poor choice. I also think that he should keep the word phronesis because we don't have an equivalent. It's a poor choice because mind refers to nous. And we are saying, what is that which is beyond mind? What is that which is beyond this, nous? The direct experience of the soul, the direct experience of the immortal part of our soul where all of those terms we use every day, beauty, justice, goodness, same, other, like, unlike, all of those terms we use and recognize in our physical world, we see them all at once in the experience of mind knowing itself. That is mind. So you could say that's mindfulness. Ousia, the mind turning about. But then Socrates says, hang on a second. Even that's not really virtue. Many people have had this experience. Unless you are using your dialectic and logos understanding and this experience of the immortal nature of your mind, mindfulness, to reach this other thing which is beyond mind, which is beyond knowing, which isn't goodness, but perhaps the good itself, and maybe even the self, that's phronesis. This has to be what motivates you and guides you if you have it. So that's why I think mindfulness and mindlessness is a poor translation, and I only use the word phronesis. It's a big one. One of the puzzles about the difference between the experience of nous, which is what some traditions think is enlightenment, like the Taoists. The Taoists think this is enlightenment. They don't recognize anything above that. We could ask, well, maybe that's because they haven't gotten their thing through the logos and dialectic. They've been rejecting their mind for so long. But we would say that in a nice way. It's not about, oh, look at all of the things. Ooh. Some people make them themselves. Oh, they're so lifelike. Look like real people. That's cool. I should do some poses for some. Use those three. I'm kidding. I got distracted by shapes and colors. God damn it, what was I saying a second ago? The Taoist experience of enlightenment is this experience of nous, but then we wonder what's having that experience, or what caused that experience, or what's beyond experience. And if these are two different states, one of the questions is, well, why would you prefer this one over this one if nous is experienced as bliss? Those who stay there, Socrates calls them, those who dwell in the isles of the blessed. Come back, you got more work to do. And you can help others get there as well. So these people who dwell in the isles of the blessed, or enlightened, inverted commas, Taoists, why would you choose this over that? Well, the case that Socrates is making is, hey, even this is harmful. If you're not seeking the self and motivated and guided by the self, even this Taoist enlightenment is harmful, can be harmful. Or whatever spiritual experience can do good or do harm, dependent on whether it's motivated by this. So there's one. Number one, it's not actually goodness or virtue yet. Number two, if we are guided by that phronesis, everything that we do, everything the soul attempts or endures, the she here is soul, will end in us reaching the Good-Daemon. So if we want to reach our goal, we better do it. But also, can you stay in this experience? Every experience has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Which means, like Plotinus that we talked about earlier, you come out of it. Is this thing that is beyond experience, and therefore beyond beginning, middle, and end, something you come out of? If not, is it a state of eudaimonia happiness that you will retain? If so, does that mark your completion of your reincarnations? And a state of being you can take with you on your further journey. In the Phaedo, Socrates says, hey, by the way, I've finished on planet Earth. If you are really a philosopher, get your phronesis and meet me here, because I am going on a different journey with better men who've completed their work, and gods and daemons who are fellow travelers and guides to reach here. What's that? Don't know. But the fact that you can stay in it, unlike the Isles of the Bliss experience or beauty itself experience, is one of the reasons why we might, well, virtue is the main reason, but also the ability to retain that state is one of the things that we're after. That makes it different from nous. Or mind, or mindfulness. So very important we distinguish that. It's not a quality, it's beyond knowing. Oops. It's beyond knowing. It's not a rememberable or learnable experience, perhaps. But it's something we get, and we need to be motivated by, and guided by, and will help us reach the state of being a good daemon. So it's probably a state of the good daemon, and is maybe something we can keep. What is it? And how do we get it? And do we keep it? These are our questions that I have, that you have, that we have together.
It's a win-win.
No worries. So if we don't, we end up in the opposite way. We become a spokesperson for the very kind of suffering that caused our life to be worse. Which is the opposite of, what's the opposite way of the good daemon? The caca daemon. What's the caca daemon? The pathologos voice. That reflects the nature of our problem. Which means what? Which means as we learn midwifery, we don't become a slave to that caca daemon internal dialogue that shoots us down, that blocks us, that diminishes us. We can ask the questions, we can put our Sherlock Holmes cap on, and we can talk with our friends in our community to find out the clues, solve the puzzle, and become free of what is infecting all other human beings, keeping them sleepwalking. Just like when somebody else comes along, like our friend in chat, really laying into this guy. When someone like him comes along and does that same thing, only it's not our internal voice reflecting our pathologos, it's his internal voice reflecting his pathologos. Then we can ask the same question. Are you the sort of person willing to reflect on the unsuspected false beliefs you're carrying and how it functions in your world and in your speech so that you can become a better person and become free of your problems and suffering? If so, we can reflect on what you just shared. If not, well, then you won't find anything to do in this channel. That's what we do here. If not, lurk for long enough until you realize what we're about and then do it. I wouldn't say get lost because it's our quest. It's for all of us. It might take longer for some people to get into it. It's new. But it's important to recognize that's what we do here. We recognize even the negative stuff we say and do is a reflection of our caca daemon, which is giving us clues to solve our problems, which we need to do to grow and evolve. An evolution that will end up with this state of phronesis. And if we are motivated by that and guided by that, we will become a good daemon ourselves, which is the highest state of being. So we're learning more about the daemon state of being. It's got to use the dialectic. It's got to be good, providential, beneficial, virtuous. It's got to be in coordination with nous, so it's got to know nous. And it's got to be guided by phronesis. This good daemon thing seems pretty rad. Is it different from phronesis? Okay, so those are, what's phronesis? What's the daemon? How do they relate? How do we get them? A whole bunch of questions around those two, but they're the big ones. Literally, he's saying anything you do, whatever level, even if you're an enlightened Taoist monk, you should be motivated at all times by phronesis. If you do, you'll reach eudaimonia. If you don't, you won't, and you will harm your soul. You'll end in the opposite way. You'll become more of a Good-Daemon, more entrenched in your problems, become more of a jerk to yourself and others. It is the most important thing to do. So no wonder we have questions about it. Okay? All of the selves of the soul, we understood the word selves here. Selves of the soul, we talked about that today. Because all of these things in nous are self-intellect, self-justice, self-beauty. They are the selfers. So when Socrates says the selves of the soul, we know he's talking about these, which are the aspects of the nous, which are learnable or rememberable. Just a review of what we read already. The selves of the soul are neither beneficial nor harmful according to themselves, whereas they become beneficial or harmful with the addition of phronesis or our pathologos in its spot, maybe. Or simply the lack of phronesis. This is either a lack of phronesis or the pathologos. Both would fit, but I think pathologos might fit better. By excellence indeed being beneficial, it must be a kind of phronesis, right? I mean, as it appears to me to be. And the other kinds, the things that are like wealth that we're talking about, they are at times good and at times harmful. Just like those qualities of the soul, when phronesis guides them, it benefits the soul. When a lack of phronesis or our pathologos guides, it harms. So in turn, in all these cases, if the soul uses and guides them correctly, so it's to do with how you make use and guide the qualities of your body and the higher qualities of your soul, you either make them beneficial or harmful. So our conclusion, a good phronesis soul guides correctly, a absence of phronesis soul misses the mark. For all human beings, everything depends on the soul. And we said the different ways of saying this. All human conflict is really a conflict of ideas. All human conflict is really a conflict based on your ignorance, fighting for ignorance in the face of truth. Or really what we said before. The statement, all human beings are dependent on the soul, is another way of saying all human problems is simply the problems faced by going through this developmental process. This is the development of the soul and humanity through these different levels of beliefs into dianoia. That's where philosophy begins. Into nous, into phronesis, and then maybe question mark. So the allegiances to our false harmful beliefs, to our supernatural religious beliefs, to our prejudices, to our pathologos, this is what causes our problem. Our lack of logos to understand that keeps our problems continuing. Therefore, everything depends on the soul, or everything depends on our development through the logos. So if everything depends on the soul, the virtues of the soul self. Oh, okay, that's interesting. The virtues of the soul self. So we talked about looking for the self, the thing that's the same, or the excellence of the soul. So the excellence of the soul or the selfness of the soul depends on phronesis if you intend to be good. By this reasoning, that which is beneficial will be phronesis. So we can declare that virtue. So do we declare that virtue and excellence, you have to be beneficial, benefiting yourself, benefiting others. A force, a light for good and benefit. Very much so. Of course, that's what virtue and excellence is. Accordingly then, ara, that sexy Japanese word, ara. Accordingly then, which means a conclusion, usually, we declare that virtue to be either wholly or in a part phronesis. It's either just phronesis or it's in there. Certainly. Okay. It's not something innate. Otherwise, we'd be looking for the virtuous babies and putting them in a tower so they can lead us because only certain babies. Nope, none of that crap. None of that genociding anyone or everyone can play this game. You're not born sinful, chatter. No, you're not born sinful or born excellent or born with the divine right to rule or born with the divine right to rule religion, Pope. No. Doesn't happen. Otherwise, we'd be looking for these people and putting them in the tower as the best babies. If virtue is indeed knowledge, then it is rememberable. But Socrates says, hang on a second. We need our conclusion to be correct in the present time and in the future. So there's our question. Is phronesis something that is remainable? If virtue is teachable, it has to be one of the knowable things, because teaching is to lead to the knowable experience. That's nous. And knowing is actually remembering. So we remember nous. But Socrates is saying, hang on a second. Our conclusion has to not just be true for one moment, but forever. So one of the questions we had, why would a Taoist prefer this philosophical state of phronesis over his Taoist enlightenment experience? Because experiences don't last forever. Socrates wants something that remains. Now, that's a clue, because he snuck that one in. Meno says, hey, because Meno's been saying it appears to be true. So Socrates snuck in this clue about permanence. Oh, we don't want it to appear to be true, but we want it to be true. But also, sneaking in a clue, in the present time and in the time to come, if there is going to be anything good, sound, healthy about self. So this excellent self that we want, sustainable. Okay? Beyond nous, therefore. You can't stay at the Isles of the Blessed and eat a hamburger. I heard this saying, if you were in the Light of Being or the Isles of the Blessed or nous, and you tried to eat a hamburger, you wouldn't know where to stop, and you'd eat your hand. Well, you can't drive in that state. These are jokes that I've heard from Pierre and other people. But it's the point behind it. Is the phronesis state of self something that is retainable? Not just in the future here, but beyond this lifetime. So Meno's like, hang on a second, what makes you think that virtue isn't knowledge? Well, Socrates, hang on a second. It is correctly spoken that if it is knowledge, then it is teachable or rememberable, learnable through the dialectic. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that that's not true. If it's knowable, it is rememberable. That's learning. But why are there no teachers of virtue? And what if there was something good that is unknowable, perhaps beyond knowing? He mentions it earlier. Is there something that is not knowable but also good? I think it's right at the beginning where he said, these are our options. Here we go. Bottom of 28. There's a link to the text below, all free. If something is good but has been separated apart from knowledge, then it still may be virtue, because it has to be good for virtue, but it won't be knowledge. So there's our option. Maybe phronesis isn't learnt or remembered because it's not an object of knowledge. And maybe one of the reasons is it has to be permanent and not an experience. And by the way, who's teaching this stuff? I can't find them. And I went to the people who I think would be most experienced. Meno, is there no teachers of virtue? Says Meno. Socrates says, I'm constantly searching to see if there might be some teachers of self. Ooh, is that where phronesis is? And even though I am doing everything I can, I'm not able to find any. And yet I indeed share the search with many, like you, like my beautiful followers who are really good at art and emojis. I'm searching, I'm sharing the search with all of you, says Socrates. He says,
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
Sharing an adventure. He also says, there's nothing on that sound drop button. I thought I had another sound drop. Hang on. Where is it? I want to drop this sound on your asses. What? Oh, I know why. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Right, so I'm looking for people who can teach virtue, which would be teachers of self, maybe a clue there, who are okay with being wrong, aporia, stung, and still share this search with many. In other words, oops.
I don't want to eat a monkey.
I don't want to eat a monkey. Instead, I'm looking for...
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
The joy, the whimsy, and the childlike wonder, dude, as a necessary precondition of aporia or being stung that can wake you up to this task of discovering the self, figuring out how it's discovered, what is it, it's not remembered, what is it, does it retain?
I don't want to eat a monkey.
This guy had to admit.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
And it's fun. It's fun. Way more fun than you're going to hell. No, you're going to hell. No, you're a sinner. No, you're a sinner. No, you feel bad. No, you feel bad. No, let's go to war. That shit. Same old shit. Rich, poor, left, right, Protestant, Catholic, same old shit. Replace that certainty propelling your pathologos harm, vice. Replace that with
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
Joy, whimsy, childlike wonder about the self.
Have you read Brown? Have you read?
So, what is virtue? To answer that question, is it somehow tied to phronesis? So what's phronesis? Oh, it's the thing you need. Always, otherwise you're not good. What? Yeah, and if you have it and you guide your soul by it, you'll reach your highest end. There's an end to life? There's a goal? I thought it was all opinion. I thought you made your own meaning. I thought life was whatever you want it to be. Nope, there's an end. Well, what's that? Good-Daemonian state of being. Ah. So, if I'm guided by phronesis, I will be good to myself and evolve and grow. I'll be good to others. Without being guided by phronesis, I won't be. I'll be doing harm even if I think I'm doing the best. The more energy I put into helping will actually be harming if it's not directing them to phronesis and I'm not guided by phronesis myself. If I am, I'll reach the end of the meaning of life, the highest goal. I didn't even think there was. My parents didn't say there was. My priest didn't say there was. My lecturer didn't. I mean, the priest said the meaning of life is to worship Jesus, but no one believes that shit. Come on, worship Jesus. What kind of fucking nonsense is that? What does that mean? We pray, we believe him, we give our 10% to the church. We're not going to, oh, Jesus. No one does that anymore. That's crazy. But usually they say, oh, people normally say life is whatever you want it to be. You choose what it's about, and blah, 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 blah. But Socrates say, no, there isn't actually an end. You can actually, there's a difference between good and bad. You can't say a healthy body is whatever you want it to be. Yeah, you've got a little bit of cancer, a little bit of AIDS. It's all good. Whatever you want it to be. That's not a healthy body. Any doctor who said that would lose his license immediately. Same with the soul. Meaning there's an end, a purpose to life. So, you'll be good to yourself, you'll be good to others, you'll reach the end of life, and that state is a state of happiness and functioning called Good-Daemon or eudaimonia. You don't have to know it, you just have to be curious.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
Curious, stung, puzzled to get into the game. And sharing your search with many. Sharing your curiosity. Shouting a coffee to someone who might be like-minded. Wake up to our journey. The human quest. To reach this goal. So, considering all those things, it is the most important thing you can do. So, given it's the meaning of life, it's that which can allow us to be good and reach the meaning of life, and maybe is tied in with the daemon. So we've got 2 questions. Three. What is virtue? Number 1. But really within that, what the heck is this phronesis? How do I get it? How do I keep it? What is the daemon? What is the good daemon? Is that like the meaning of life? Is that a state of being? Is that a feeling state? If it is I'm probably going to be having fun. What kind of fun is it that's better than bliss but isn't an experience? But not the same as bliss. Preferable to bliss somehow. So lots of questions about phronesis and the daemon. Oh, and stung. Phronesis, the daemon, and stung. What role does that whole big section at the beginning about being stung, not knowing and curious, puzzled and searching, wrong but okay with it, and continuing to search to remedy your wrongness? That kind of state. How does that relate to phronesis? How does it relate to the daemon? And what is it? Aporia, phronesis, daemon. Those are our big questions. And Socrates says, I haven't found any teachers of self. Considering Meno's paid a lot of money for his teachers, we'd say the same thing. I've never met anybody having this conversation. And then if we only have a few viewers, but if we had 1 billion viewers, I'd say we'd have 999 million of them saying, but my teacher, but my priest, but my dad, but my mum, but my imam, but my teacher of virtue is actually teaching virtue. Socrates saying, no, none of them. And hopefully, because of our reading and understanding for ourselves, we would see why and say, hey, take off that crazy hat and that dress. You are not an authority figure who speaks to God, who just confirms your pathologos. Do the work we're all doing. Pope, priest, bishop, imam. Develop the logos. You're no different than anybody else in that we're all selves on the quest. You can be different by how far along the logos you've gotten. And that you can become more good, more better, more beneficial. What are the words? If you do seek to develop, now that you've put away this claim to speak for God, to justify your ignorance and harm, actually find out how to be good instead of harming all these people and yourself. By seeking what you don't know, and Socrates says, I'm willing to fight for that because it will make us better, more beneficial, more courageous, better, more courageous, and more beneficial. If we search for what we don't know, rather than saying it's unknowable or we don't have to search. So, the most important thing we can do is wonder about these questions with as much aporia as we can muster while we actually try and answer them through the logos and dialectic, through our reading. What is phronesis? What is the significance of aporia? And what is the Good-Daemon? Fortunately, we have a new member who might help us answer those questions. So keep those questions, write them down, tattoo them on your face so you can see them in the mirror in reverse. So write them in reverse. Tattoo them on the rest of your body so you can look down. So on your body, they'll be the right way. On your face, the tattoos of these questions will be inverted. So you can remember these questions, nurture these questions, build up, feed the energy. So when you finally get the answer, they're exploding into a state of you being the Good-Daemon, reaching the meaning of your life, being your ultimate true self, showing yourself, keeping that, knowing and showing yourself, a self that is beyond knowing, beyond knowledge, and stay in the community and share your art, your benefit with the rest of us. That's the significance of having these questions. Tattoos you don't have to get. You can get a similar effect by writing in Sharpie these questions. What is phronesis? What is the Good-Daemon? How are they related? And how is all this related to aporia? And fortunately, we have a new member entering the fray, Anitos. Maybe we can ask, because Socrates has just been saying, hey, I haven't found any teachers of the self or virtue, but, I share this search with many. Maybe Anitos has some answers. There's our cliffhanger. You have the questions? Phronesis, Daemon, aporia or stung, and all the other questions we've had about it today. There's so much material. Hopefully I've shared enough of material that you can actually go out and create some dialectics. Remember the structure of the dialectic? Post-it note on my face. Oh, the other stuffy is a duck. Yeah, so this is a flamingo stuffy. He likes to drink my coffee. He likes to dance like this. And I also have, get out of there, I have a chicken stuffy. He also likes to dance and he waves. Flamenco flamingo. Oh. Have him whatever is the most significant idea for you. This is division, by the way. In the 4 steps of the dialectic, this is division. So, whatever, here we go. These are the 4 steps of the dialectic. Remember, there's a positive and a negative. A universe where the thing that you're exploring does exist, and a universe if it doesn't. So you can look at the 2 universes and wonder, and maybe even make a conclusion. So whatever key idea stands out to you, do a dialectic on that. If phronesis exists, if the daemon exists, if aporia exists, if justice exists. Remember, exists means that object of knowing. Or you can say, well, we're talking about phronesis and the self. There is a kind of existence that's beyond existence. I can use that word is. If it is. What can you say about it itself? Self to self. How does it function? Self to another. Those others having been affected, how do they relate to other others? And then from this, can you see this other or this other? Is there an idea or a theme or a causal thing or an earliest experience that stands out as most significant? Because that's synthesis. Pulling out a key idea. And then you take that key idea and you bring it back to the beginning and you update your definition. That's analysis. That's the dialectic. So, similarly, I'm asking you, all of the reflection we've done today, can you identify a division? All of the divisions we've been talking, all of the things we've been talking about, can you synthesize an idea from that stands out to you? Was there anything that stands out? If there is, do a little dialectic on it. Do a wee dialectic. It doesn't have to be impressive. It's just your first or second or something. Do a little dialectic and incorporate that into your picture of the flamingo. somehow. Which means you're going to have to take the key ideas of your definition of whatever it is you're exploring. Let's say you're exploring, I don't know, virtue. You've said a lot of things about virtue. How would you define it so far? How would it function? Maybe you can bring in Socrates. I don't know. Having been affected by that functioning, how would virtue affect other people? And then finally, after you reflect on all that, ousia, reflect, does something new stand out or something causal stand out that you can pull from that reflection? So all of those terms and relationships, now that you've got your dialectic, incorporate them into your flamingo somehow. And then the final stage is posting it on the Discord so we can all enjoy it and wonder about it. Oh, and then when you talk about it, ask us questions. Oh, did you notice the flamingo was wearing a hat? Oh, by the way, you know who also wears a hat? Abraham Lincoln, who personifies justice. I don't know. You'll find a way of doing it. Ask us questions about your art so we can pull out the key terms for ourselves. That's a fun game where we're both participating in the dialectic. But we're also keeping in mind that we are doing this dialectic ultimately so we can actually experience nous, but really so we can find as phronesis. The whole purpose of this art, this dialectic, is to take us from where we are now all the way through to beyond nous to phronesis or the self. It's important we keep that in mind from now on, because as we read, virtue is either completely or in big part phronesis. And we know that because whether it's good things of the body or good things of nous, actually having nous, or an experience of knowing, beauty itself, justice itself, that can be beneficial or harmful based on whether or not it's been guiding you towards phronesis or not. I think sometimes a lack of phronesis is good because if you're not motivated by phronesis, you're just not going to be helping. If you're motivated by the pathologos, yeah, you're going to be doing some real harm. So we have to keep that in mind from now on. Whatever we do, make sure it's in service of phronesis and to help other people reach phronesis, which is something to do with what is beyond knowing and experiencing knowing, or in other words, the self. We're on a hunt to know and be and function through, both now and in the future at all times, the self. Know the self, or know and show the self. How about that? Know and show the self. So, post-it notes or tattoos if you want to get a new tattoo appointment for those questions, and we'll see where Anitos takes us next time. Tomorrow it'll be midwifery. And hopefully all of these things will take these questions into our exploration of the pathologos as well. Anitos is on the way. Stay tuned for that. Thank you once again for joining me. It was an epic stream today. Oh my goodness, 4 hours. Wow. Thank you for joining me in chat. Thank you for our, I'm becoming more familiar with the people now, recognizing the names. Thank you for joining. Thank you for chatting. Once again, free link to the text below. Join the Discord for free below. I got a new donation thing. If anyone wants to donate to the channel, support the channel, everything donated will be going towards improving the channel. I don't know how I could do that. Well, keeping the channel alive in me being able to buy food, or I'm going to try and keep any donation, stream related. So a better webcam or something like that. I don't know. More sound drops. We'll figure something out. But there is a buy me a coffee link. You can donate anything you like. So if you've got means, if you don't have means, can you put it in your profile? Sure. What profile? on Discord or Venmo. It's a site called Buy Me a Coffee. I don't think I have Venmo in Australia. I'm not sure. You mean my Twitch profile, my Discord profile, my YouTube profile, or all of them? Probably should put them in all of them, hey? No, it's not Ko-Fi. It's called Buy Me a Coffee. I think it's the same, but a different name. If there's a reason to pick, I see it in tip. Never mind. Oh yeah, I think I do have a tip thing on my Twitch, but it might be a link to something else. So I'm going to replace that. Don't donate to that yet. I mean, you can. I think the tip currently goes to my PayPal, but there's a new link to Buy Me a Coffee, which will just go straight into my bank account, which I can see and recognize, and I get a little message from you, I think, and I'll use that to improve the channel. And then the more the channel looks and sounds great, and the more fun we have, the more people will get involved. Eventually, we'll all wake up to our destiny to master the self logos, putting an end to all division, strife, war, genocide in the world, creating a utopia for our planet and our species, and ultimately for our individual souls. So, yeah, that's the mission. Now, I say that half joking. Ideally, that's where it would lead. However, I'm not in charge here. I'm doing my best to follow the logos and to know Phronesis and myself. I think there's something else with a greater plan. But as a vision to move towards, I think it's pretty high up there. Oh, you actually donated into a tip thing. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it does. I remember setting it up. It does go to my PayPal. So thank you. Thank you so much. If you know anything about webcams or cameras, what I think I'm going to get is, once I can afford it, a digital camera that I can use as a better webcam here. So it's just not my big head crammed against the webcam. But I'm thinking of getting a digital camera to use as a better quality webcam that I can also take with me. So I could do some live streams, live music streams, but also maybe live readings. Like maybe we could have a reading group outside, or sometimes when I'm out playing music, dialectic will come up. Can stream that. We can talk with people on the street, playing music or doing philosophy. A lot of options with this camera and for portable streaming. But also for gigs. I can set up a camera and gig. Anyway, thank you so much for supporting the channel, and anyone else who wants to. There is a tip jar and there is a buy me a coffee thing somewhere. Yeah, I'm a musician. If you want to follow me on Twitch, I have stopped to focus on my live performance. I had to stop streaming for a little bit, but in the next week or so, I'm going to be getting back into live streaming as well on Twitch. So Jed, J-E-D, Phoenix, P-H-O-E-N-I-X, music is my other Twitch account where I stream music and we talk about music, or talk about philosophy, really. And yeah, and I'm hoping to use this because I need a better webcam. But if it's a portable camera, then I could take it with me on gigs, and you guys can join me in that, talk to me during my gigs, and maybe even philosophy on the street could be fun. So yeah. But any ideas, of course, suggestions, join the Discord, leave them in there, chat about it. Or any advice about technology to help do that, more than welcome. Once again, thank you so much for joining me. Exciting cliffhanger. What's Anitos going to say? Is he going to answer our question about Phronesis, about the Daemon? or about Aporia? Is Anitos going to save us? Tune in next time. Thank you once again, and thank you for your support. I don't know, you do you, fam. What is that? What is the self that I am to do? You'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, yeah. Yeah, I know I'll figure it out. Sometimes people have experience, or maybe they've gone through some streaming, or don't get this digital camera. This one's actually better. Oh, I've got a spare digital camera. I'll send it to you. Whatever. Anything. Hope you get affiliate. Yeah, me too. Yeah, thank you. And thank you all. And I'll see you next time. Anitos is coming. 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 Thank you.